Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to call to order this public hearing of the Committee on Judiciary and Public Safety. I'm Councilmember Brooke Pinto, representing Ward 2 and Chairwoman of the committee. The time is 12:13 p.m. on Monday, June 9th, 2025, and we are conducting this hearing in person in room 120 of the John A. Wilson Building and streaming virtually on the DC Council's website and YouTube and X at CM Brooke Pinto. Today, the committee will continue its review of Mayor Bowser's proposed fiscal year 2026 budget and financial plan. We'll be discussing the proposed budgets for the following two agencies. First, the Office of Unified Communications, and second, the Office of the Attorney General. First, we'll hear from public witnesses here to discuss the budget for the Office of Unified Communications, or OUC. After we hear from public witnesses, we'll turn to OUC Director Heather McGaffin. OUC is responsible for providing fast, professional, and cost-effective response to emergency and non-emergency calls in the district. OUC was established in 2005 to combine the emergency, 911, non-emergency, and 311 call activities from the Metropolitan Police Department, Fire and Emergency Medical Services, and Customer Service Operations. The mayor's proposed FY 2026 budget provides OUC with approximately $64.7 million, a 1.6% increase from the current fiscal year. I'm thrilled that this budget allocates $1.3 million to raise the salaries of 911 and 311 call takers and $1 million for call taker recruitment and retention bonuses, which is an initiative I've been advocating for in order to ensure the agency is fully staffed, especially in the 911 call center, and that we are valuing these crucial first responder jobs. These are difficult and important jobs, and it's critical that as we fill many of these vacancies, that we fill as many of these vacancies as possible. I look forward to discussing with Director McGaffin how this budget will allow OUC to achieve and maintain a fully staffed 911 call center, and how these proposed changes to existing salaries will allow the agency to more quickly staff up, and if there are any changes to be expected with staff bonuses. I'll also be interested to discuss the mayor's proposed subtitles to establish a new special revenue fund called the Public Services Telecommunications Fund, the transfer from the general fund of $300,000 to the 911-311 fund, and to allow the rehiring of retired police officers and firefighters at OUC without jeopardizing their benefits. I'll want to get a sense of what's going on with the reductions and reorderings in the 911 and 311 call center operations and what seems to be increases along three major contracts with the agency. We'll then turn to our government witnesses for the Office of the Attorney General, Brian Schwab. OAG is an independent agency charged with conducting the district's legal business. OAG represents the district in most civil litigation, prosecutes certain adult crimes in nearly all juvenile criminal matters, and represents the district in a variety of administrative hearings and other proceedings. In addition, OAG is responsible for providing legal advice to the mayor, the council, and various district agencies. OAG operates the Cure the Streets program that aims to reduce gun violence in high violence neighborhoods through a data-driven public health approach and employing local, credible individuals who are members of the communities that they serve. The mayor's proposed FY 2026 budget allocates approximately $149 million for OAG, which reflects a 7.4% reduction from the current fiscal year. I'm concerned about the impact of these proposed cuts, including a drastic reduction of $7.4 million, which is nearly 80% in the budget for Cure the Streets. I also worry about the impact of these cuts on OAG's ability to proactively protect district residents. I'm similarly concerned by proposed reductions to the juvenile section by 6%, which handles prosecution of juvenile crime, reflecting a total budget of $3.3 million, and reductions to the restorative justice section by 23.3% for a budget of $1.4 million. Likewise, the mayor proposes to reduce OAG's special purpose funds by about 52% for a total budget of $15 million, which is a significant cut, which I want to grapple with the Attorney General today. Last Monday, June 2nd, we held an oversight hearing with our public witnesses to discuss the budget for the Office of Attorney General, where we heard requests from the National Domestic Workers Alliance for the council to continue funding OAG's successful domestic worker employment rights program, and concerns about reducing the Cure the Streets and juvenile justice budgets, as well as concerns about raising the TANF pass-through, all of which I look forward to discussing today with the Attorney General. I'll be curious to hear from the AG later about the status of Cure the Streets and truancy reduction programs that the agency runs, as well as whether the juvenile section of the office is properly staffed to address youth welfare and crime. I also want to hear about some of the affirmative litigation that the office is undertaking in civil, consumer, commercial, and environmental issues. Lastly, I'm hoping to ask the Attorney General to explain how the Litigation Support Fund has been working and what these budget proposals would mean for this important fund. This is a tool and resource for OAG and the district that is often misunderstood, and so I'm hoping to make sure the record is clear for the important uses of this fund. We're now going to turn to our first agency on the agenda, the Office of Unified Communications, or OUC. As I mentioned, we're going to hear first from our public witnesses, all of whom are joining us remotely. So I'll call you all now. Trupti Patel, Dave Statter, and Janae Williams. We will begin with Chair Trupti Patel, the chair of ANC 2A. Okay, Dave Statter, owner Statter 911 Communications. As a reminder to please accept your invitation to join as a panelist.
Sorry, it muted me. I apologize.
No problem. Go ahead, Mr. Statter.
Thank you. Last Tuesday, the health unit at the National Air and Space Museum called 911 for a person suffering from heat exposure. The address for Air and Space is 601 Independence Avenue in Southwest. DC 911 dispatched ambulance 19 to 601 Independence Avenue, but they sent the wrong quadrant, sent them to Southeast. The dispatcher said nothing about this being at Air and Space. 601 Independence in Southeast is a private home. When the ambulance arrived, they told the dispatcher there's no patient, no health unit. And at 14 minutes into the call, the dispatcher apparently saw something in the computer that made them realize this call was in Southwest. After such a long delay, you'd expect that OUC would make it a priority to promptly get help to the correct address. Unfortunately, that didn't happen. There was a dispatcher change, and for some reason, the new dispatcher was under the impression the address was still in Southeast. It took another 6 minutes to correct this and send ambulance 19 to the right location. In the end, it took about 25 minutes for emergency help to arrive at one of the most popular tourist attractions in Washington. Because no one other than OUC has access to the 911 calls and computer printouts, we don't know exactly how the original mistake was made, and we'll likely never know that it happened. That's because OUC doesn't want us to know. And despite a law authored by the chair of this committee that's supposed to ensure OUC transparency, there is absolutely none. I filed an OUC feedback form about the Air and Space call. It's one of about 30 I've submitted this year. The reason for sending these is your February oversight hearing. That's when Director McGaffin was asked in the annual questionnaire and during the hearing about a previous list of bad addresses and mistakes I compiled. McGaffin indicated she was unaware of those incidents. The feedback forms had been sent by me in hopes of eliminating that excuse. Of those forms I've submitted this year, not one of the calls is listed on the OUC performance dashboard. That's where OUC complies with the transparency law. In case anyone has forgotten, here's what the Secure DC law says about OUC. It requires the monthly posting of mistaken addresses, duplicate responses, or any other error or omission reported by the council, other agencies, the news media, OUC staff, and other sources. In addition to the botched Air and Space address, I've submitted 4 other quadrant mistakes and 9 other bad addresses this year. That's a total of 13 blown addresses that OUC knows about, but is purposely omitted, ignoring very clear legal requirements. There are also other OUC errors documented in my submissions, all of them ignored. And here's another way OUC ignores the law. At least a couple times every day, and this is not an exaggeration, OUC wastes fire and EMS resources by dispatching duplicate calls to the same address. OUC has never listed a single duplicate response, probably hundreds of them, on the performance dashboard as Secure DC requires. By ignoring these requirements, I believe Director McGaffin is letting you know exactly how she thinks or what she thinks of your law. As I've testified previously, OUC has also shown similar disregard for this committee by failing to submit reliable data and information in the annual oversight questionnaire. Despite all this, Chair Pinto, you wrote on December 18th that the public dashboard is now fully compliant with Secure DC. With all due respect, the facts don't support your statement. OUC wasn't compliant in December and has never been compliant. I've been coming to hearings of this committee for more than 40 years, and I've never seen anything quite like this. A chair refusing to publicly confront an agency that's underreporting crucial data and routinely ignoring a law that the chair wrote. OUC won't improve until they are open and transparent about their mistakes, and you can't do effective oversight without accurate information. The ball is in your court, Chair Pinto. How much longer will you let OUC get away with this disrespect for you, your fellow council members, the people they serve, and the law? Now, changing gears very quickly, I'll wrap up. Possibly related to these errors, I've heard for a long time that call takers and dispatchers are often watching TV, surfing the web, and talking and texting while working their positions. I've never made that an issue in my reporting, but I'm wondering if it's contributing to the mistakes that are occurring. Recently, I've been given what people
Mr.
claim is.
Statter, I'm sorry to cut you off. You're very over time. If I could ask you to summarize and wrap up.
I am. I'm finishing my last two sentences, so I could. If it's all possible, it'd be helpful if this committee could clarify the work rules with the director, and if staff is allowed to be on phones, watching TV, or checking things out. If some council member could ask the director that to outline the rules, that would be helpful.
Thank you, Mr. Statter. Janae Williams, Crisis Response Team Director, DC Safe.
Thank you, Chairperson Pinto and members of the committee. My name is Janae Williams, and I'm the Crisis Response Team Director for DC Safe. DC Safe serves as an integral part of the city's public safety infrastructure, with over 16,000 referrals to our crisis response line in 2024, primarily from first responders. We deeply appreciate the important role OUC has in the safety of survivors of domestic violence and for district residents as a whole. Like the Office of Unified Communication, we are available 24/7 and recognize the challenges of working with individuals and families in crisis. It is psychologically difficult and sometimes harrowing work. As such, we were pleased to see that the mayor's budget included specific funds to support pay parity and staff retention for OUC. In training for OUC staff last year, we uplifted the need for self-care in their work, but we recognize that staff must both have the means to take care of themselves and also trust that staffing is robust enough to take the time when needed. This may be especially true this year when OUC has faced significant challenges with technology and staffing. In addition to considering OUC's specific budget, we hope that the DC's Office of the Chief Technology Officer is able to work with OUC and other public safety cluster agencies to find lasting solutions to maintaining robust access to essential systems, particularly for 911 operators and dispatchers. OUC serves as a central hub to ensure emergency services are quickly and accurately dispatched. As such, they must have robust access and smooth collaboration with first responders. A swift and well-coordinated emergency response is essential for DV survivors and district residents as a whole. We wanted to particularly emphasize the role of staffing and technology as the crux of a safe and thorough police response to DV. As we shared in performance hearing testimony, providing officers dispatching to domestic violence calls with robust information about the history of calls to the residents, existing orders of protection, and even about particular caller or suspect details makes a substantial difference in the response, as well as promoting the safety of both officers and individuals on scene. We know that for most survivors of domestic violence, it is unfortunately not a single incident of violence, but a pattern of abuse. Access to historical and current records can help first responders better understand how to provide effective safety during domestic violence incidents. While officers can access this information, we cannot expect them to try to sort through things like repeat call history or read through court documents while en route to a call or trying to maintain scene safety. MPD took over 27,000 police reports for domestic violence in fiscal year 24. With this significant amount of call volume, officers and other first responders need a strong partner in OUC to provide a proactive approach to DV calls. Investments in staffing and technology are essential to facilitate this level of collaboration. DC Safe has provided testimony for several budget hearings this year, with more to come, but our common theme has been the importance of robust collaboration between agencies, technologies, and district resources to successfully weather this difficult budget cycle. We want to emphasize that if the district is to do more with less, or at least try to keep the status quo with unfortunate federal restrictions, we must all work together. Right-sized staffing on the front lines and thorough leadership creates capacity for successful partnerships. As the council considers the FY26 budget, we urge you to consider the budgets carefully, foster collaboration to ensure the safety and well-beings of our residents. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and we look forward to any questions.
Great. Thank you so much. Chair Trupti Patel, Chair of ANC 2A.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Pinto. Thank you for hosting this hearing so that I can enter my comments into the record. My name is Trupti Patel, and I am a fourth-term ANC commissioner that represents single-member District 2A03, which is historic Foggy Bottom, and I'm also the chairperson of ANC 2A. I apologize, Chairperson Pinto. I am actually at work, and I got quadruple sat, which is why I'm late coming on to the hearing. But I just wanted to come on board and say, for the record, that on Saturday, February 8th of 2025, my building had to call 911 because our brand new elevator started smoking. And it took 30 minutes from the time that the call was put in till fire department came. The front desk agent was put on hold for about anywhere from 10 to 15 minutes, and it took another 10 minutes to dispatch. And I've asked Director McGaffin to release those records, and she still has not gotten back to me and told me why it's taken 10 to 15 minutes to dispatch FEMS to come to our building. I had 200 residents that waited in the cold for almost 45 minutes to an hour. And while the Office of Unified Communications is a critical agency, it needs to function properly. So for the health and safety for all residents, I have never, ever been so disappointed in an agency in my entire political career in DC as much as I have with this one. And I think with the budget increases for OUC to hire more operators and to decrease this horrific stat of having people waiting forever and a day to get assistance would be great. But I also want to make sure we hold OUC accountable and make sure that the operators are connecting callers to the emergency services that are direly in need when they are calling them. And so while we can, properly budget and staff an agency, it's the training that matters. And so, I have less than a minute left, so I'm going to yield my time back to you. Thank you for affording me some grace and letting me testify today. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Patel. Mr. Statter, thank you for your testimony. I want to ask you about some of the dashboard issues that you raised, because it's, of course, very important that the law is followed and that all incidents are reported on the dashboard as intended. When you have made these reports, are these incidents that have happened to you, have happened to someone you know, or are they reports based off of other reporting that you've seen?
It's based on what I've been able to document through radio traffic. For example, on blown addresses, the way the law reads and the way your question reads every year with the questionnaire for oversight, it talks about any mistaken addresses or people or fire and EMS sent to and police sent to a location for the wrong reason. It doesn't say it has to be OUC's fault. So it's very clear there's a blown address because they've had to correct the address. You know that happened. These are all documented incidents. So they should have been posted on the dashboard. Along with those duplicate responses, they happen every day, and you will not find one duplicate response listed on the dashboard. So they're ignoring the law pretty clearly.
So when it comes to addresses, let's take the best way for OUC to look up to determine what happened is through the phone call. And so whether we hear a concern from you or from any other constituent, when we're following up with the agency, that's the most important metric that we provide. Here is that phone call that was called, that was used to call OUC. Here's the time and date and address so they can determine if there was an issue. And so I think as we move forward, that's going to be a really important component of any errors reported to make sure that OUC can properly look it up and that it can be reported on the dashboard.
Well, look, I'm not sure, as someone who's reported on OUC for a long time, and certainly for the last 5 years been the lead reporter on what the problems are, we don't get the phone numbers, so we can't report it by phone numbers. So, but they can find it. I'm giving them the time of day, the address. They don't need the phone number to find that incident. All they need is the time of day and the address. They can find it. They can then find the phone number. They can then listen to the recording. They can pull up the CAD information. So all the information is there for them. It doesn't make it any harder for them. They're just not doing it.
Yeah, I mean, I would say with an agency that has over 1 million calls a year, that ways that we can work to provide some consistency and clarity so we can all be on the same page about these errors are important. And that's why we set up the dashboard this way. And that makes it feasible when we can look up the phone call. Now, it's very hard to track where issues are coming from if we don't know who's making the call and where there was an issue. Otherwise,
why is that? Why is that, Chair? I don't understand that. They have an address. We know that there was a mistake either by the caller or the call taker. You know the location, you know the time of day. You don't need a phone number. You can find that phone number. It'll be part of the record. You can listen to the 911 call. You're making excuses. I'm sorry. And with all due respect, that does not make sense.
I don't think it's a matter of if it's not physically feasible to research to determine if there was an address and which quadrant it is. I think it's a matter of time and resources. That the purpose to me of establishing this dashboard was to make sure we can work with the agency to drive forward on improvements. That also has to be balanced with what they can look up. And so having the phone number that made the call where there was any issues is an important part of that balance.
Well, I can't get the phone number. The public can't get the phone number. We know there's a problem with this agency. So you're saying just gloss over that there were 13 bad addresses this year, whether it was OUC's fault, the call taker's fault. You don't care to know about them because we don't have the phone number.
I
have to
absolutely
say
care
that's
to know about
absurd.
them. And I hear about them from constituents who tell me, hey, this incident happened. And the first question I ask all of them was, let me look into it. I'll talk to the director as I do, and they give me their phone number. And then the director gives me a full report on exactly what happened, and that's published on the dashboard. So I'm trying to work with you here. I'm just saying that this is one of the hurdles. And so if there's somebody who makes a call and they have a concern, that's the easiest way for you to be a helpful advocate to them, is say what time and what was the phone number that you called
Well,
from.
I do that anytime I get it from somebody. But if I'm hearing it and it's very clear, and I think my record as reporter has been pretty good. I've broken most of the stories. I found 17 deaths where there were mistakes, and you're just discounting it because I don't have a phone number. That's very disappointing, Madam Chair.
I'm certainly not discounting it. I'm explaining that in order to make this dashboard that is updated every single day with an agency that is understaffed and working extremely long shifts, I'm trying to get the balance right of what I am asking them to report on every single day. And one way we can do that is to provide standardization that if they can look up the phone number. I'm not going to continue. I'm
How
not
would you
going to
propose I
continue
do
this
that?
back and forth with you, Mr. Statter. We have to move on. But I just wanted to make sure you know, as I know you care deeply about this agency, that here is one specific way we can make sure that all that reporting is consistent so you can get to the answers that you want to have.
How would you propose I do that?
I propose if you hear from anybody or you see that there is an issue or you hear reporting about it, you can follow up with the person of where there's a proposed blown address, as we have done when we've heard concerning reports. But it can't just be we thought we might have heard something.
Very
That's not
disappointing. Very
going to
disappointing, but
lead
thank
us
you.
to the
Thank you for the time.
answers.
Thank you for the time. Very disappointing.
Okay, we are going to turn to our government witness for today's agency. I'm going to call Director McGaffin. Director, if you have any Folks from your team who will be joining us, welcome. I'll ask that you all turn your microphone on and share your name and your position for the record. Start with you.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Kipling Ross. I'm Program Manager with OUC.
Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. Heather McGaffin, Director, Office of Unified Communications.
Kevin Suarez, Chief Information Officer, Office of Unified Communications.
Douglas Kemp, Agency Fiscal Officer.
Thank you. Welcome to you all. I'm gonna swear you all in. If you could turn your mics on and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to provide before this committee and the Council of the District of Columbia is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Great, thank you. Director McGaffin, I'd like to invite you to make any opening statement you may have.
Sure, absolutely. Good afternoon, Chairwoman Pinto, members of the committee staff, the council members, and the viewing public. My name is Heather McGaffin, and I am so proud to be the Director of the Office of Unified Communications. Mayor Bowser's fiscal year 26 budget, Grow DC, is a bold initiative taking growth agenda to generate new economic activity, create new jobs for DC residents, and increase revenue to support city services and programs. The strategic and thoughtful investments made to ensure that OUC continues to provide the service that the public deserves are clearly demonstrated in the agency's proposed FY26 budget, and I'm grateful for this opportunity to highlight key components of it today. Grow DC acknowledges the economic realities we face by prioritizing the most critical investments needed to ensure that our city continues to be a place where people want to call home, visit, and do business in. I'm immensely grateful to Mayor Bowser for providing OUC with the resources needed to execute its role at the highest level in providing efficient emergency and non-emergency services and communications and reliable access to city services and information. I want to recognize all of the employees of OUC who demonstrate their dedication to serving the public by answering the call. To put this commitment in perspective, last year, our 911 call takers and dispatchers managed 1.7 million 911 calls and dispatched first responders from the Metropolitan Police Department and DC and Fire and EMS approximately 900,000 times. In addition to processing tens of thousands of non-emergency police reports, professionals at OUC provided life-saving care by providing CPR, first aid, and delivered several babies, and hosted text to 911 sessions with thousands of callers. Last year, 311 customer representatives handled nearly 750,000 calls and facilitated the processing of over 500,000 city service requests in coordination with dozens of our DC government agency partners. Additionally, our 311 social media team processed tens of thousands of requests posted on X last year. We prioritized meeting district residents where they are by maintaining platforms that allow them to request city services in the ways that they decide are most convenient for them. X has become one of the most popular methods of engagement with 311, and this team continues to set the standard for excellence in customer service. We are committed to giving each resident and visitor the peace of mind that we are here when they need us most, whether that's for a non-emergency help or in their most dire time. With investments in recruitment, technology, and training, we have been able to achieve 94.01% of all 911 calls being answered in 15 seconds or less so far in 2025. Additionally, we have been able to achieve accreditation of our training curriculum through the Association of Public Safety Communications Officials Project 33 initiative, and maintain our technology in alignment with the national standard of runtime of 99.999% of the time. Our entire OUC workforce understands the tremendous responsibility of this workload and takes their role in helping to maintain safe, clean, and engaged communities across the city very seriously. The mayor's proposed FY26 budget for OUC will enable it to meet the demand of a growing and thriving DC with the resources it needs to do just that. The mayor's proposed operating budget at OUC for fiscal year 26 is $64,693,200, a 1.6% increase over the fiscal year 25 approved budget, and supports 425 FTEs. Specifically, regarding our FTEs, the investments made by Mayor Bowser will allow for pay parity for 311 and 911 employees whose salaries are not aligned with their colleagues, as well as an increased pay for 911 call takers, so that they can be paid at a rate that is competitive with their counterparts across the national capital region. Regional and national studies showed OUC 911 call takers are among the lowest paid in the region. By investing in our entry-level position of call taker, we are able to build a solid foundation that allows for career ladder growth for the individual employee and allows us to remain competitive in the region for the best talent. Along with our strategic efforts to provide well-rounded support to our 911 professionals in the area of wellness and training, OUC's fiscal year 26 budget will enable us to continue to offer retention bonuses based on performance for incumbent employees and recruitment incentives for new hires. Earlier this year, we shared that we were successful in reducing our vacancies in 911 operations by 90%. Last year's overall recruitment and onboarding process, coupled with the continuation of providing these incentives, supported a balanced approach to maintaining minimum staffing without having to rely on overtime in the coming fiscal year. The NCR has the highest concentration of public safety answering points in the United States, and therefore centers remain highly competitive for a shrinking 911 workforce. OUC must stay competitive, continue to offer good fringe benefits, and have a workplace that is one people want to come to with resources such as wellness programs and initiatives that celebrate our employees. In FY26, major investments have been made in technology and capital projects for OUC. Last year, the agency faced notable technology challenges. However, our teams rallied quickly to stabilize and move the emergency communication systems and programs forward. In fact, we recently learned, and I'm proud to announce, that as a result of these efforts, OUC was selected to receive the 2025 APCO International Emergency Communication Center of the Year for Technology Leadership Award. The agency will accept this award at the annual APCO conference in July. Despite this industry recognition, our high degree of focus and attention on this area continues as it should. The proposed 26 budget includes $18.5 million to support 29 FTEs of the IT division and maintenance support and equipment costs for the technology infrastructure, which includes telephony, radio, mobile data computing hardware, and software systems. Additionally, in FY26, of our $13,783,194 capital budget, $7,454,244 will be used for upgrades to the 311 service request platform, a computer-aided dispatch enhancement, creating a virtual radio prime site, and the deployment of 160 emergency communications consulates, as well as a replacement of 500 portable radios for DC government agencies, as well as funding for upgrades to radio tower sites across the city. Relatedly, I'd like to take a moment to mention the renovation of the Public Safety Communications Center, OUC secondary operations site, is nearly complete. The project represents the critical capital investments Mayor Bowser has made in public safety through the years that help ensure long-term operational continuity and resilience for the district's emergency communications infrastructure. The multi-phase project modernizes and expands the facility to fully support 911, 311, and radio mobile data computing operations, addressing urgent needs in mechanical systems, spatial planning, and technology infrastructure. PSCC will be staffed to operate concurrently with the UCC facility. It truly exemplifies the district's commitment to delivering resilient, modernized infrastructure for public safety operations by providing enhanced operational capacity, workforce flexibility, and technological infrastructure aligned with the evolving demands of first-in-class emergency communications. To support ongoing related costs, the Public Service Hotel Occupancy Fee Amendment Act of 2025 is also proposed in GROW DC. This subtitle imposes an 80-cent per night fee for occupied hotel rooms. It recognizes that visitors to our city rely on our emergency and non-emergency systems. As we continue to welcome record numbers of visitors, not only will this fee help us to thrive as a world-class city, but it will also help to ensure that we are able to provide world-class services as an agency. As I conclude my testimony, I want to restate Mayor Bowser's proposed FY26 budget provides OUC with the resources necessary to efficiently manage the thoughtfully planned growth of the district's 911 and 311 public safety and public service communications platform. OUC remains committed to being innovative, resilient, and steadfast in serving the residents and visitors of this incredible city. OUC remains a center that other jurisdictions look to and reference when they are upgrading technology, implementing new programs, and collaborating with new ideas. We are excited about how we will continue to grow OUC while we grow DC. We appreciate the committee's support of our work, and I look forward to answering any questions you may have at this time.
Great. Thank you so much, Director. And I want to thank you and your team who's joined us today, who we work with pretty much every day throughout the year, and all of the very hardworking first responders at OUC, who we are so grateful for what they do on behalf of the city. And congratulations on the amazing improvements that you have led with the agency over the last year, 2 years. Which has, resulted in vacancies going way down, resulted in over 90% of calls being answered in 15 seconds or less. Your collaboration in updating the dashboard every day for errors that are reported to you with the information, as we talked about with our last witness. And so with the call information, I should say, and just really appreciate your leadership and how hard you have worked to see these improvements, the agency.
Thank you so much. And thank you for your continued support.
So I first want to ask you about the congressional imposed budget cuts and hiring freezes that have impacted our agencies. Has OUC been impacted by the hiring freeze?
Yes. So we did have several people who were due to get letters. When that freeze happened, we had to stop that process. Our essential positions, call takers for 911 and dispatchers, as well as supervisors in our 911 operations division, have been unfrozen. But some of this kind of like secondary fallout, if you will, is some of the folks who were really excited about working in DC were also maybe being courted by other PSAPs. And there was a little bit of trepidation to come on board because there was the talk of furlough or RIFs. We've stayed in constant contact with them, and I'm really excited that 5 of them are going to be coming on next Monday with us. But there was always a little bit of fear there, as much as we tried to calm that down. So we did pause, but we did keep in contact with all the folks that were in our process, and then we were able to quickly unfreeze it thanks to DCHR and of course the city administrator's office.
Okay. And how many of those folks are in the pipeline right now for hiring?
We have 16 in the pipeline. We have the 5 starting next week. So
For
then
call taker positions?
For call taker positions. And then we have some might actually be dispatchers as well. And then we have 11 who are going through various stages of the psychological testing, because that was also just momentarily frozen. So just kind of getting that back on track and just reassuring folks that as a government, we were not going to hire them and then lay them off, because some of them are coming from other agencies or leaving other jobs to come to us.
Thank you. So one of the proposals that I'm most excited about in this budget is the $1.2 million allocation for personnel services for staff pay raises and a proposed one-time increase for the call center operations division for pay retention incentives. You and I have had a lot of conversation over the last 2 years about staffing and bonuses and shift attendance and how we can get the best people in the door and retain them. So can we just go over the numbers as we currently have them for annual staff salary for call takers, dispatchers, and supervisors on average?
I'm going to bring in
Sure.
Kipling for that piece, and then I can talk about how we kind of got here.
Okay, so for our 911 call takers, write down the minimum salary is $51,707, and it's going to increase to $61,313 in FY26. The dispatcher's salaries. Sorry, I don't have those readily available.
in this proposal, the dispatcher salaries, our dispatchers are some of the highest paid in the nation and certainly the highest paid in the region. So their increases are not affected in this proposal. It's call takers and supervisors. They are the ones that were underpaid, both regionally and as part of the large city nationwide
Okay.
scale.
Do-
So
Do we have those numbers for supervisor?
we do. So with supervisors, it was about those will go up about $12,000 each, based on how long how long a supervisor has been in district government, and their career path here. One of the things with our supervisors is some folks come in as supervisors and some were on a career ladder. So our supervisor positions are kind of put out in-house first. We allow folks to apply for that. If they decide that they don't want to, then we put it out of house. There's the ability when you are hiring from the outside to negotiate. And so we've tried to manage that, but recognizing that maybe previously that wasn't happening. And so we're trying to have it so that everyone's getting paid equally for the same position. And so this pay parity will kind of do that. It will put everybody within the same step of the pay grade that they're in, where they may, if they were on a career path, that may not have been the case before, because the way it works, you can only move up so many grades. So this pay parity will help to eliminate that, and kind of get everybody on that equal playing field as they should be, since they're doing the same job.
Okay. So in terms of the call taker positions, they'll go up to 61K, which will become effective October 1.
Correct.
And how will that compare to regional salaries?
They will be the highest in the region.
Okay, great. And do you anticipate that your strategy around the $800 bonuses will change as a result of this shift?
Yes. So the plan is to change the $800 strategy. That those were paused as well with the congressional
Okay.
things, because the bonuses. So we have a group that was hired on that did not, they missed getting that $2,500 bonus, their recruitment bonus. So in fiscal year 26, we'll make them whole by giving them the $2,500. And then we are going to change the attendance bonus to be a little more inclusive. It's going to, the idea that we have is to be a quarterly bonus, not a monthly bonus. And it is going to be based on attendance and performance. So it's not just about showing up, it's about how you're showing up when you're there. So there are going to be metrics that need to be met. We looked at how some other places, and there are not very many, were doing bonuses across the nation. And a lot of them were doing them performance-based. And we felt like that was right, because I can come to work and not do as much work as the person sitting next to me. So we want to make sure that everyone's kind of carrying their share of the load. And from the call takers and dispatchers that I've talked to, this is really helpful to them. So there will be a policy around how you earn that. We'll certainly go through that iterative process, how we deliver policies in our agency. But right now it'll be, you come to work, you have good auxiliary time, which means that you're in the seat for a good amount of time. You are taking all the you're keeping up with your training, you're going and doing everything so that we're not having like a final push at the end of the year to get things done. And then that way, at the end of the year, we will celebrate the folks who have achieved that in all 4 quarters.
Okay. And how much will those bonuses be in range?
It will really be dependent on how many folks we have in the seats, but we're thinking about 2,000 a quarter after taxes. So we'll figure out what that number is before taxes, because that was a big thing with $800. Folks were really grateful, but then after taxes. It wasn't truly $800. And so we want to make sure that, we're making it worth the while for the employees as
Okay.
well.
So that makes sense in terms of considering the performance in addition to attendance, but if it's 2,000 a quarter, then especially after taxes,
Right.
that comes out to almost the same as you were doing on a monthly basis
On a monthly
for a
basis.
number, right?
Yes. So we want to make sure that we're making it a little bit more, but also I think what was happening, from our perspective, some of the things that I was hearing from employees was they're here, but I'm still doing more work than they are, and I'm
Mhm.
still showing up more. And so we're just really trying to take that into account, because really what that affects is the wellness of call takers and dispatchers. Um, and honestly, I don't know that I had thought of it in that perspective. That if I'm sitting here and I've answered 120 calls today and the person next to me, for whatever reason, hasn't answered that many, I feel like I'm doing a lot of work and maybe they're not. And that just doesn't seem fair. And so just trying to level that playing field.
That makes sense. I guess just from a purely numbers perspective, I initially asked like if the salary increase is going to change the bonuses, but from a
bonuses.
number, like if you're getting 2,000 a quarter, then that's,
That's about
660-ish
change.
a month. And if it's after taxes, then it's really more than the 800 a month people were getting probably. So
So we'll take
is
that
it
back to the
accurate to say we're going to give
Yes.
pay raises and more bonuses?
We'll take that
With-
back to the
with-
drawing board.
Okay. And that might be the right outcome. I just want to make sure as we're thinking about the budget that we're kind of on the same page of what the different strategies we're
Sure.
deploying are. One of the other things we heard from Mr. Statter, one of our public witnesses, was a concern around work policy and rules. When you're thinking about, the examples you just gave of the person next to me might be answering fewer calls. What are the standards around watching TV or being on cell phones? Because I've been there many times and there are TVs
There are TVs,
on,
sure.
which makes sense, especially with 12-hour shifts. But what are the kind of rules and expectations around that?
Also, I'll just mention in the retention bonus, discipline is a factor as well. So, there are TVs, and pre-September 11th of 2001, 911 centers did not have TVs in them. Most centers got TVs after September 11th because you just want to know what's happening, like what is happening out there. What is this incident that you're involved in? So the TVs are on, they don't have sound on them. We typically keep it on the news, or a game, something like that. We are cell phone free, that we are running, NCIC and Wales. So, with Wales certifications, not to have cell phones, and we do enforce that, with additional supervisors, that becomes easier to enforce. The things that we encourage our staff to do, and this is an industry best practice, are things like puzzles, which there are plenty of, coloring, cards, things that aren't really screens. And Gavin can attest that they're not surfing the web because it's locked down. So they have the ability.
Lockdown as in you can't access the web from the computer.
That's right. A lot of the things are locked down. Now, they can access like Google, because like restaurants change names. And if folks say I'm at this restaurant, then, and that might not be in the CAD system yet, then we might have to Google an address. But a lot of the things, like no one's surfing the web per se, because there's a lot of websites that are completely shut down to that kind of thing.
How do you think discipline or renewed kind of discipline will affect retention?
It's done a really good job so far. We've kind of changed our organizational structure. We've implemented a lot of things, especially in our 911 operations, that weren't there before. And I think that when we look at how we're handling situations, people are back to work, auxiliary time is down. So people are in their seats. And so this time last year, our average call answer time was like 24 seconds. So far this year in calendar year 25, it's 4 seconds. And so you're not doing that without a high level of discipline, both personal discipline, but also shift discipline. And our staff knows that. We are holding people accountable, and that's a lot easier to do because we have people there to answer the call. And before, when our supervisors were having to answer the call and be on radio channels, which sometimes you saw when you yourself were there, now they're able to really supervise. And so that's really a shift. And when somebody can supervise, then they can say, hey, you can't have your phone. Hey, I've already told you, you need to be on time, things like that. And I think everyone from what I know, and I feel like I'm really in touch with our employees, everybody's really, really appreciative of that. And the mood overall in the center is much better because the work is heavy in and of itself. Those 2,500 calls a day are hard and heavy, especially in 911. So when there's good discipline and everybody's being a part of the mission, that's what employees want.
Thank you. So last year there was a reprogramming of $428,000 from DEMPED to OUC. That was initially established for salary support and to ensure continuity of services. What was that funding used for?
I'm going to let our AFO speak to that.
Yeah, that went into other salary, other gross pay, additional gross pay to balance that out at the end of the fiscal year.
Okay, has that all been spent?
Yes.
So let's go over the vacancies as we have them for all of our positions. So how many call taker positions are there at OUC and how many vacancies are there for call takers?
We have 107. And this morning, we had 2 resignations over the weekend. So we have 25 this morning. And then we have the pipeline to backfill those. We've also had a few promotions as of last Monday. And then we have 104.
I'm sorry, that pipeline is the 16
Yes,
number.
the 16.
So you said those were both for call takers and dispatchers?
Yes. And I will have to find out what that breakdown is, but
Okay.
we'll certainly get that to you.
Okay.
So we have 107 call takers, 25 vacancies. We have 16 in the pipeline, and we'll get that breakdown.
Okay.
And then we have 114 total dispatch positions, and we have 17 vacancies.
Okay. And how about supervisors?
Supervisors, we have 4 assistant watch commander positions. We had 3 people just within the last week either retire or resign due to medical.
3 of the 4.
3 total. So 3 of 16. So now we have 4 positions. Last week we had 1. Now we have
4 positions vacant.
Yes. So you'll see those posted today.
Okay. And do you anticipate that the pay raises will help bolster the pipeline to bring more people in?
Absolutely. Well, also with our supervisor positions, we always put those on the APCO and NINA job board as well.
How much are we investing in the junior academy and how many recruits are through that program?
So we did not have a junior academy in the spring cohort. The woman who leads it was out on maternity leave, and we just didn't have enough people to staff it in the spring. But we have 19 so far registered for the fall cohort. So we will reintroduce that fall of this year.
And they'll become call takers?
If they would want to, yes, they'll be able to come call takers.
And how long will it be from the start of the academy starting to when people could be onboarded as call takers?
So the academy has 5 weeks. We'll really have a conversation with those that are eligible. But I suspect as in past, most were high school seniors. So they would have to graduate first. But if we have any that aren't high school seniors, we will work very expeditiously to get them on board. And we would look at probably 8 to 10 weeks to get them on board because of the
Okay.
psychology background and things like that. But we also participate in the Mayor Summer Youth Program. And usually within the first week, we have participants who say that they want to join us either as call takers, dispatchers, or 311 customer service reps. And we will be able to get them on in that same time frame in those 8 to 10 weeks. So usually by the time they're finished the summer youth program, we can kind of roll them right into a full-time position.
Great. And for the academy, notwithstanding the spring gap, how many of the recruits who've gone through the junior academy on average generally do go on to become call takers?
I think we've had 3 total.
Out of how many?
Probably like 50. I think 50.
Not very many.
That is not very many. FEMS and MPD have gotten quite a few though. From us. I think one of the things that we have seen is that we introduce them to our job, but we also introduce them to other public safety roles, and
Mhm.
folks make choices, and we're proud of that too, right? We're all one public safety system here in the city, but we are we will continue to do that work.
So one of the bills that we passed last year was to allow retired firefighters and police officers to join OUC. How many folks have joined you all after the passage of that bill?
We have 3. We have a fire dispatcher, we have an assistant watch commander, and our newest is a watch commander, our shift commander. All are doing really well. Every time we have positions open, we always send it to both the police union and the fire union.
Great. And this budget continues language to make sure that effort
Yes.
can continue.
Correct.
Wonderful. How many call takers and dispatchers left their jobs in the last year?
I will have to get you that number specifically.
Okay. As always, just want to make sure we're balancing the need to get people in the door and our retention efforts. And so I appreciate your focus on both of those areas.
We can share with you, especially with call takers and dispatchers, we kind of track like week to week what our vacancies are, so we can kind of see how we're kind of going up and down. So in January, we were at our highest number with 101 call takers. And then as folks started doing the work, they realized maybe this wasn't for them. They went to other places. So we'll share this with you.
Okay, great. And I think one of the distinctions there in just the vacancies is that wouldn't address the people who've been promoted or moved from call taker to dispatcher.
Correct.
So that would be helpful if we can get that number of just
Sure.
people leaving.
Absolutely.
Okay, so this budget reflects some reductions in the agency management division. Communications is reduced, fleet management, grants administration, human resources, performance and strategic management. What kind of impacts on operations do you anticipate these reductions will yield?
Yeah, so I don't anticipate any impact to 911 and 311 operations due to these reductions. These are all admin budget lines.
Were they from vacancy savings?
For instance, the fleet savings is based on the estimates that we get from DPW. So that's not vacancy savings at all.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're okay with these reductions. You can absorb them.
That's right.
Essentially. Okay. How about the increases? So there's a increase of 1.5 million in 911, 311 telephone services, but then a decrease of some FTEs for that same. So what were those roles being used for before that we don't need them for now, but we need the increase in budget?
So I'm gonna let Doug explain this, but a lot of it has to do with, especially in 311, some of our customer service representatives are from other agencies. They're OUC employees, and those budgets got moved back to their agencies. So we didn't lose the FTE.
I see.
The budgets just got moved back, kind of like with DGS, where the budget got moved back, but the work is still being done on the building.
Okay. What about for the non-emergency operations? There's a $1 million increase.
That's what I'm gonna let Doug speak to.
Okay.
Yes, Madam Chair. What that is a net impact of salary increases and some other PS adjustments. And part of that is related to the pay parity initiative. That's a key component of it. That's why that particular piece went out.
But that $1 million is separate from the 1.3 million increase for salary increases, right? That we just talked about?
Well, within that particular program, because there's an offset between 311 and 911, there's a series of adjustments that were made, ins and outs, that totaled the net for the $1 million increase in 311 operations. And that kind of was offset by the $1 million decrease in 911 operations. We didn't lose any FTEs. It's just an in and out of the calculations that involves partially the pay parity and retention, among other elements.
Okay. So is it then more accurate to say we have 2.3 million for salary increases across the board?
Across the board, yes, but it's offset by that same amount of reductions for various adjustments. So it's basically a net zero impact.
I see. Okay. Thank you for that clarity. So the mayor is proposing to establish a new special purpose revenue fund that is going to have a major investment of local funds, FTEs, and the hotel taxes, which I want to get into in a moment. But I wanted to ask you and your team if you could provide a crosswalk for us of the Public Services Telecommunications Fund so we can understand what exactly is being channeled to this SPR and why. The SPR, as we understand it, will be both for personnel and equipment costs for 911 and 311 systems, and any excess would then revert to the general fund. And so we need to see a crosswalk of kind of where those funds are going exactly so we can have a better sense of that.
Yeah, so the 911, 311 fund has always funded all the MPS budget for the agency, supplies, equipment, maintenance, and support cost. What's different is the hospitality tax will fund 52 dispatchers in FY '26. So those positions are filled that will transfer from local over to the SPR fund.
How did you use this special purpose revenue fund over the last year?
And so last year it funded all of our MPS budget. Like I said, maintenance and support cost for the agency, major contracts, equipment, supplies.
And where did the funds for last year's SPR come from?
Oh, they're derived from the fee on phone bills, 76 cents per month on the individual phone bills.
So this is proposing to raise that tax.
This is different. This is 80 cent per night tax on hotel stays.
The 76 cents per phone line is the lowest in the nation. And what we know is we have the most calls per capita here. And so this fee has not been changed since 2001. When you collect the fee, you can only use it for 911 centers. It can't do anything else but go toward 911, or you can use it for addressing. If you do divert funding, you become ineligible for federal funding, which there hasn't been any recently, but historically we have at OUC used federal funding. That's how we implemented next generation 911 technology here in the city. Had we used that funding for something else, we would have been ineligible. Usually what happens is when spectrum is sold, they use the spectrum fund to then fund priorities for 911. I don't know that that will happen in the next few years, but if it does, we want to make sure that we keep these funds really succinct to 911 usage, so that we don't make ourselves ineligible. So instead of raising the fee for residents, what we are proposing is this 80 cent a night tax, because what we know from data is that most of our callers aren't residents, they're visitors. We have 27.5 million visitors last year. And we know that when you have larger cities with smaller populations, but a lot of tourists, you want to try and think outside the box how you can support 911 infrastructure, because what we know in our industry is that the cost of maintaining next generation 911 is far more expensive than it was in a legacy environment. And what we also know is that we are very technology dependent, and those things are becoming more and more expensive. Things that we didn't account for, like tariffs previously, now are driving up the cost of radios and microphones and things like that. So in order to kind of balance that without taxing residents, this was our think outside the box. And we've been kind of doing that for a few years, but some other cities are also kind of really considering this, because it's not the residents that are using the system as much as maybe visitors are using the system.
But the 76 cent fee is only if you pick up the phone and use it, right? Or it's for every
No, it's
phone
on,
line.
it's on every phone line that is billed to a Washington, D.C. address. So that's great when everybody used to get their bills in the mail and you had to make sure your address was right. But if you don't change your address on your phone when you move to Washington, D.C., you are still paying the fee from wherever you moved from. If you're a college student here and somebody else is still paying your phone bill, maybe out in Montana, they're paying the Montana fee for your phone in Washington, D.C., that when you call 911, you're paying here.
Okay, but this budget doesn't change that. It just adds
That's right.
the 80 cent. And so the 80 cent is on every hotel night
Booked.
regardless of, and the consumer is paying that?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, I totally hear you on the need for the technologies to be adequately
Sure.
funded. That's not in question. I guess my concern is, in addition to those needs, is our hotel industry is facing a lot of challenges at the moment. And in particular, we're losing out on big group business to other places in the region that, for the most part, are offering cheaper hotels. And so every time we add costs,
Sure.
we lose out, and then we lose the other tax generated opportunities that we need from our hotel stays.
So the one thing that comes into play here is a lot of times now when you go into a hotel room, what you don't find is a phone that dials out. Because there are two laws. There's the Ray-Baum Act, and these are national laws. There's Ray-Baum Act, and then there's the Carey's Law, where phones have to be able to dial 911 without dialing the 9 first. And the location of the telephone has to include a room number, which hasn't historically happened. Before, when you would go into a hotel room, if you needed 911, you might have to dial a 1, or if once you got out, it would just give the location, and then it would just say the hotel's name. It wouldn't say who in all these 500 hotel rooms dial 911. So with those two acts being becoming law, it's up to us to enforce those laws. What has happened is a lot of folks have just removed the phones, and those places would have had to pay 76 cents on the line anyway. So it's kind of just putting it back at a 4-cent difference. Now, in some instances, and in Washington, D.C., we did this, we had kind of like a deal where multi-line telephone systems paid a different rate for X amount of lines. But it wasn't so much cost savings. This would kind of just replace that for hotels. So before, they would pay the 76 cents per line or the $3.60 for 10 lines, but now they would just pay 80 cents per line. The hotel could pass that on to the consumer, or they could absorb that.
And that's still the case now, that the hotel could absorb it if they.
I think that would be their decision.
Okay. I still have some concerns about this for the reasons I mentioned, but I think regardless of what we do, we want to make sure that OUC has the funding stream that you need to fund these technologies. I just want to make sure we're not taking from an avenue that's going to then undermine our tax base more broadly. Let's talk a little bit about some of the elements in the capital budget. For the Public Safety Communications Center, the electrical power redundancy, the hardware replacements, what types of things do you need the capital budget for and why?
They're mostly technology things, so I'm gonna let Gavin speak to that.
Okay.
So the capital budget, we have 6 different projects and they all fund different different systems within the IT and structure. So you have the, I think the PSCC primarily funds the PSCC construction work, but then you have the servers. You have a different project that funds the software, which is 911 and 311. A different project that funds the radios. We support about 10,000 radios across the district. The MDC equipment. So there's another project that funds just the MDC, the tough books, the routers that FEMS and MPD uses. And then we also, the capital project also supports the electrical infrastructure at UCC and PSCC. So that's generators, the HVAC, the chiller system, the water cooling system, all of those things. And then you have the UC2 TDC, which is a radio site. So it covers the 10 radio sites. And we do maintenance on those sites. Generators, HVACs, they are replaced every so often. We just completed 2 radio site moves recently, one from UDC from building 38 to 41, or maybe 41 to 38, and then from Reeves to PSEC. So all those moves are funded using the radio site project, the TDC, UC2 TDC capital project. A lot of these monies are requested based on life cycle replacement. So for example, the CAD and 311 application is replaced or upgraded every 5 years. The radios are upgraded every 10 years. The tough books are replaced every 5 years. So you'll see a constantly every 5 years, almost the same amount, with the addition 10% increase. And actually for the next time, we've added more with the tariffs, putting the tariffs in consideration.
So that's accounted for in this budget.
Mhm.
What about the redundancy project to make sure that if there's a systems outage that it'll be picked up on another network?
So one of the projects that we're working on right now with Octo, actually there are 2 different projects. One is the networking refresh that we've been working on. At the PSCC, we've almost completed that. We do need to do a final step to make sure it's fully available before we do the cut. UCC will be next, and then Thor will be next. And then we also work very closely with Octo.
But sorry, on those 3 that you just
Yeah.
mentioned, will that be finalized within this fiscal year, or are there funds allocated next
The
year?
networking refresh will be completed this fiscal year.
Okay.
We've also worked very closely with Octo to kind of look at our server infrastructure. So we've moved some of us like infrastructure to Octo's data center at one is in DC, one is at Reston. But we're also looking at, which servers can be moved to make sure there's redundancy. So if UCC goes down, maybe Octo's data center will be available to support those things. So, but we're doing it very carefully and intentionally to make sure that by moving it to some different data center, we're not impacting or introducing something else. So we're doing it very intentionally.
Okay. Back to the hotel occupancy for a moment. What is the cap right now? So if we reach a certain amount, is that capped off for what OUC will get for the special purpose revenue fund, and then it'll flow somewhere else? How is that structured?
No, because we're collecting it under a 911 fee, it would have to stay at OUC. So we estimate it's about $6.9 million is what our estimates are annually, and that would cover the 52 personnel, that would cover other expenses that we have associated with next generation technology.
And those estimates are based upon which year occupancy?
The past 3 years.
There's another tax that we had on hotels to promote tourism that is also cut. The tax will remain, but the use of the funds is shifted in the mayor's proposed budget. And so as we think about hotel occupancy that I hope continues to either be stable or go up, that's another kind of contextual element of our hospitality industry in this budget that we're keeping an eye on.
Understood.
So there's a proposed subtitle of a transfer of the 901 to 311 fund of $300,000. How is that money supposed to be used?
So in prior fiscal years, FY 23 and 24, $150,000 was swept from the 911 311 fund into the general fund, and this act replaces that $150,000 per year sweep.
I'm sorry, say that last part again.
This that sweep, it replaces that money, it restores it back to the 911 dedicated fund.
Okay, so it's not, it's kind of like the last one. It's just a shift on paper.
Correct.
Well,
It'll be used for 911 services, in our MPS budget.
you just have to make sure that if you're collecting from that, like that 76 cents, you can't use it for 311. You have to use it for 911. So we just need to
I
make
see.
that right.
I see. Okay. So last year when we talked about the hotel tax that I was skeptical about for similar reasons, OUC answered that it wouldn't really be raising the total budget because there was going to be a reduction in local funds in the out years to offset. Is that how this budget is structured as well? Like, are your local funds budget decreasing with the expectation that you'll get that 6.9 million from the hotel tax?
Yes, for FY 26, it's definitely offset that cost will move from local to SPR.
Got it. Okay. Okay, and we talked about the hiring of the firefighters and police officers. In terms of the contracts, there are a couple contracts that seem to be increasing quite a bit. One is for Motorola. That's an increase. One is for ComPaid for IT services, another increase, and one's for telephony headsets. Why are all three of these expected to increase so significantly?
For tariffs is one. But just over time, the price of doing business is increasing. So for Motorola, it's the Rave contract. That's the systems that we have in all of our schools here. And so making sure that we have licenses for all of the teachers, all of the campuses, because now it's public, private, parochial, and independent schools that we are providing that for. And then just the cost of technology, we've seen a really large increase in the past year.
Okay. Have there been any reprogrammings or underspent dollars that you're anticipating for this fiscal year? Reprogrammings out of the agency.
Not that we had anticipate at this time, Councilmember.
Okay, and no underspending anticipated?
No, we look at this as recent as the most recent FRP. We look at, we're going to come in right at budget.
Okay. Last year, there was some underspending in several categories and 311 call taking, over $500,000, 911 emergency operations, telephony services, communications, mobile data. So what's different about this year than what happened last year?
Well, the bulk of the underspending last year had to do with salary lapse. The agency has increased its hiring. So that should be an offset. One of the unfortunate occurrences with any salary lapse is that this year we've had an uptick as far as overtime is concerned to make sure that we're completely filling shifts. So that in and of itself is going to cause us to use a lot of what had been salary lapse. It's going to be offset because of overtime to make sure that we are sufficiently staffed shift wise.
And how much overtime? How much is overtime? Is it time and a half?
Yes.
And so are you anticipating using overtime for all of the understaffed shifts?
We do. Sometimes we will shift folks, but because of our contract with the union and our CBA, we have to give 14-day notice, and we don't always have that capability. So it usually is overtime.
Okay. And has that changed the call staff ratio?
No, our ratio stays the same for call takers that we need during the day and the evening. But when folks are coming out of training, we are definitely, our day shifts are pretty full now. And we do look at where we have the need, where we look at attendance levels and kind of trends. So if we have trends on certain shifts, then we'll put extra people on that to help reduce the amount of overtime we're using on that shift.
But have you seen overall an improvement in the call staff ratio with a reliance on overtime to fill those gaps?
As far as are we using more overtime? No, actually probably less, but I think at the beginning of the fiscal year this year, we were. I think the other thing that we're really using overtime for is a lot of special events. And we've had some pretty major special events this year. And so when we are needed at the JOC or the EOC or the Joint Operations Center, or the Emergency Operations Center, or the Fire Operations Center, we have to add people in, and it's not just like one person, because it's 12 hours. Then we want 2 people there so people can take breaks. And that's all overtime.
Got it. Okay. I was just trying to understand if the I'm missaying the term, but
I'm sorry.
the call staff ratio, the shift ratio that
Oh,
we
the shift
talked a lot about last year, if that number has changed at
changed.
all.
It has not. So it has not changed. But I think the biggest variable that has changed is just the sheer amount of extra activity that we have seen this year. That we've needed extra people for. The amount of NSSEs that we've had has
Yeah,
really supported. I mean, even when things aren't NSSE, just like this past weekend, we had extra people at all of the secondary locations, but then we also had extra call takers in anticipation.
Right. Okay. That makes sense. So for the FY25 supplemental, there are funds appropriated from both local funds and special purpose funds, reducing local funds for the 91301 call centers by over 7 million, and then moving that to special purpose funds, reducing local funds by hiring freezes. There's a reduction in non-critical functions. Are you anticipating any impacts on your operations as a result of these shifts?
No, we're not.
And is that because it's all offset or underspending or?
That's right. We don't lose any FTEs. So the thing that's going to change our operational posture is just filling those gaps and having a really robust pipeline.
Got it. Okay. How much funding do you have allocated for security at the UCC for FY26?
So I actually don't have the exact number because those funds are budgeted in DGS's budget. It's not in OUC.
I see. Okay. The reason I'm curious about it is because there's a reprogramming of 623,000 to support security at UCC. So I don't know what the underlying number that we're increasing from is.
We moved our main entrance. So our main entrance was the shared space with the men's shelter, and there was no light when you came out of that. When that was fine when it was just us, but now with extra traffic there and with the U.S. Department of Homeland Security's entrance is right across, and it was just causing a lot of congestion. We moved our entrance to the light when you come up the hill at MLK. So we now have to add an extra security guard to that location. So we have security guards at both. So if you come by way of public transportation or if you walk, you come to the old entrance. If you drive yourself, then you come in the new entrance. And so that's what that fee was.
Okay. But $633,000 for one security officer seems a bit steep.
It's 24/7. So it's three security
It shows
officers.
three of them.
It-
Okay.
Yes, was hard to swallow as well.
Okay. Okay, so with the understanding that you are here testifying in support of Mayor Bowser's budget, as we look at this budget and try to ensure that OUC has everything it needs to continue your crucial work, is there anything else we should be looking at or that you need or your people need to do their jobs most effectively?
I know that we've talked a lot about the hotel tax. The hotel tax is really in lieu of me asking for the 76 cents on the phones to be raised, but we have to do something. We are only going to continue to get busier. DC is growing and there are a lot of changes and there are a lot of people coming to visit us and a lot of people moving here. And why wouldn't they? It's a great place to live. And our system is going to continue to need to support those folks that move here, that visit us, and it can't be, we've been at a place where we were outpaced and we want to grow ahead of the growth. And so we need to make sure that we have a good, solid plan for that. And I'm so proud of where we are, and I don't want to lose that momentum.
Understood. Well, thank you very much, Director. Thank you to your team, as I mentioned, and everyone who works hard at OUC every single day on behalf of our city. We could not keep folks safe without all of you. We appreciate the hard work that you do every day. And that concludes my questions for you today, but we look forward to staying very in touch with your team as we always do, but especially over the next couple of weeks with this truncated budget timeline. We'll need to be in communication.
Absolutely.
So appreciate that collaboration and have a great rest of your day.
Thank you, you too. Thank you for your continued support and to the committee's continued support and always to Mayor Bowser for her support. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. All right, that concludes our portion of the hearing, talking with the Office of Unified Communications, and we are going to move to our next agency of the day, the Office of Attorney General. Brian Schwab, if you are here, we are ready for you. Okay, we are going to give the Attorney General a moment to get downstairs. So we're going to recess this hearing for just a couple of minutes. The time is now 1:41 p.m. And we will recess for a few minutes and then re-adjourn or recommence with the Attorney General. Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for your patience. It's 1:45 p.m. and we are re-adjourned with our budget oversight hearing today with the Office of the Attorney General government witnesses. I want to note we've been joined by my Ward 7 colleague, who's also a member of the committee, Councilmember Wendell Felder, and my Ward 4 colleague, Councilmember Janice Lewis-George. Councilmember Lewis-George, do you have any opening statement you'd like to provide?
No, and I'm heading up there in a minute.
Okay,
Or over
great.
there. See you
We've got a
soon.
seat for you at the table. See you
Thanks.
soon. Okay, so I am going to turn to our government witnesses. If you're going to be answering questions, can I ask you to please state your name and position for the record with the microphone on? We can start with you.
Hi, good afternoon, Councilmember Pinto. My name is Natalie Mares. I'm the Agency Fiscal Officer for the Office of the Attorney General.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Pinto. I am Tarifa Coxum, the Chief Administrative Officer for the Office of the Attorney General.
Good afternoon, Chairman Pinto. I'm Seth Rosenthal, Chief Deputy Attorney General.
Great.
And Brian Schwab, Attorney General.
Wonderful. Well, thank you all. Welcome. I'm going to swear you all in and then we can get started. If you could turn your microphones on, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to provide before this committee and the Council of the District of Columbia is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Yes.
Thank you all. Attorney General Schwab, if you have any opening statement you'd like to provide, I invite you to do so at this time.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairwoman Pinto, Councilmember Felder, members of the committee. I appreciate the opportunity to testify before you today regarding the Office of Attorney General's fiscal year 2026 budget. I've submitted a longer written version of this testimony that provides more detail and additional requests for consideration. District residents deserve a first-rate law firm equipped with the resources necessary to vigorously defend the district and the public interest. The Council for years has, through the budget process, supported the critical role the independent Office of Attorney General plays. Every year, OAG saves the city hundreds of millions of dollars in liability avoidance, brings in tens of millions of dollars through affirmative litigation, provides advice and assistance to the council and the mayoral agencies on an array of complex legal issues, and enforces the laws that the council passes. At this moment, OAG is busier than ever, and the significance and urgency of our work is greater than ever. OAG is protecting DC autonomy and home rule, and at a time when the federal government's enforcement agencies will be doing less to protect DC residents, OAG will need to do more. We know this is a tight budget cycle, and all agencies, including the Office of Attorney General, must do our part to meet the financial challenge. We have attempted to work collaboratively with the mayor's team to wring savings from our budget. For the current fiscal year 25, prior to when Congress's actions forced OAG and the rest of the district to make mid-year budget cuts, we voluntarily reduced the spending of our local funds by nearly $2 million. Several months ago, we transferred to the general fund another $2.6 million that our child support program obtained in indirect cost recoveries. Most recently, in discussions with the mayor's team aimed at reaching an agreement on our fiscal year 26 budget, we proposed an approximately 2.4% reduction in local fund spending while explaining the need to preserve adequate spending authority in our litigation support fund. Disappointingly, in addition to modestly increasing the reduction in local funds we offered, the mayor's proposed budget slashes our LSF spending by more than 60%, from $27 million to just under $11 million, resulting in an overall reduction of more than 14% of OAG's non-federal funding. From an operational standpoint, the proposed gutting of our LSF spending authority is not sustainable. It is especially untenable when looking at the specific line items the mayor's budget proposes eliminating. I want to be clear, I'm not here today to request enhancements in local funds as I have in past years, nor am I requesting any decrease in the 2.4% reduction that the mayor proposes for our local funds. But the drastic proposed reduction in our LSF spending authority will interfere with OAG's ongoing ability to protect the district and its residents. Importantly, the proposed reductions are unnecessary and even counterproductive. The way to enhance the general fund is to sweep a sustainable amount from the LSF's balance at the end of the year. We have worked with the council to identify a feasible amount to sweep from the LSF in the past, and we are prepared to work with the council to do so again including accepting much of the $15.9 million sweep the mayor has proposed for the end of this current fiscal year. I'm going to ask that this committee and the council as a whole make the following specific changes to the mayor's budget proposal. The council established the Litigation Support Fund in 2015 to enable OAG to more effectively protect and defend the interests of the district and its residents. The idea was straightforward. Permit OAG to use a portion of the funds we generate from recoveries and enforcement litigation to support our operations. The council's creation of the LSF has proven successful. Without any contribution of taxpayer dollars from the general fund, LSF has grown to be an essential source of support for critical services and initiatives. It funds litigation expenses for expert witnesses, depositions, transcripts, and trial resources. It pays for licensing agreements for IT platforms required to manage litigation. It has funded public safety initiatives, most notably Cure the Streets. And it supports the employment of attorneys and other staff across several divisions, including juvenile prosecutors in our public safety division, trial attorneys in our civil litigation division, and attorneys and staff in our public advocacy division. And because the LSF is entirely self-funded, we do not depend on local funds to cover expenditures critical to this work. To enable OAG to continue self-funding these essential expenses, we ask the council to set our LSF spending authority at $22.6 million. Or if it chooses to eliminate funding for Cure the Streets from LSF at $17.6 million. Let me talk about Cure. OAG established Cure the Streets in 2018 to address retaliatory gun violence in neighborhoods plagued with the highest rates of gun crime. We launched the program with 2 sites, increased our footprint to 6 target areas in 2019, and with the assistance from the council and federal ARPA funding, expanded to 10 sites in 2022. For the past 2 fiscal years, the cost of the program has been borne entirely by OAG, with the vast majority of the cost, about $9 million in fiscal year 25, financed through the Litigation Support Fund. After careful consideration of multiple factors, OAG has decided that for fiscal year 26, we would issue requests for application for 6 sites, which will require approximately $5 million in support from the LSF. We issued notices of funding availability last month. The mayor's proposed budget would force OAG to shutter Cure the Streets altogether. Based on our experience and what I hear regularly from residents across the district, I do not think Washingtonians want this impactful public safety initiative to end, much less end so abruptly. Based on my conversations with you, as well as other council members, I believe the council agrees. OAG has been in conversations with your office about the potential merger of Cure the Streets with the violence interruption programs housed in the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement. While I have been supportive of this concept in theory, I have consistently repeated that our support of a merger is dependent on assurances that it will not compromise the strength of the program and that the combined program is well positioned for success. I am concerned that as of yet, I have not seen a detailed plan for how the combined program will be structured, managed, and supported, and therefore believe that the program should remain with the OAG until a sound plan has been developed, articulated, and vetted, both with OAG and the public. Accordingly, I am urging the council either to preserve $5 million in LSF spending authority that the mayor proposes eliminating so that OAG can continue to run the program, or alternatively to find an equivalent amount in local funds from fiscal year 26. Next, the mayor's proposed budget would force OAG to reduce or completely forego critical IT services and software subscriptions, cutting more than $8 million in line items for electronic case management, investigation, IT security, and legal research tools that attorneys and staff across OAG depend on every day. Of critical concern is the complete elimination of the $4.4 million LSF line item for Relativity, the electronic discovery platform that our main litigating divisions rely on to do their work. Failure to restore Relativity funding would make it virtually impossible to manage, review, and produce electronically stored documents in our cases, imperiling the district's ability to effectively litigate and meet court obligations in more than 1,000 matters that are currently in Relativity, not to mention future matters. These are cases where OAG is defending the district against what could amount to hundreds of millions of dollars in liability and prosecuting affirmative cases that not only vindicate the public interest, but also return substantial recoveries to the district and district residents. Additionally, the agencies we defend and partner with, particularly MPD and DCPS, rely on access to our relativity program for their own document review and production obligations. The mayor's proposed LSF budget would also drastically curtail routine expenditures for expert witnesses, depositions, transcripts, and trial resources. It goes without saying that these supports are essential to our lawyers' ability to succeed in defensive and affirmative civil litigation, as well as in juvenile and criminal matters. At last week's budget hearing for public witnesses, you heard dozens of district residents and workers testify about the important work OAG does to protect their health, safety, and financial well-being. Much of that critical work is funded through the LSF. Without preservation of adequate LSF spending authority, we will not have the resources necessary to consistently address similar threats to the vitality of the district and its residents. Importantly, if our capacity to do this work is depleted, we will be unable to keep generating the recoveries that have enabled us not only to self-fund the work, but to transfer money from the LSF to the general fund as we have done before, including $25 million we transferred last year from a False Claims Act settlement. In sum, we asked the council to preserve $6.6 million in LSF spending authority for the essential IT contracts that the mayor's proposed budget eliminates. Next, I asked the council not to sweep $2.6 million from our TANF fund, as the mayor's proposed budget would do. The TANF fund is supported with collections by our Child Support Services Division. The federal government matches these collections 2-to-1. The mayor's proposed $2.6 million sweep, therefore, would require the district to forego $5.2 million from the federal government for child support services, leaving an overall shortfall of $7.8 million over time. The proposed $2.6 million sweep will have serious adverse downstream consequences. We maintain the current TANF fund balance, augmented by the federal match, for two principal reasons: to help fund daily child support operations throughout the year, and to provide future additional funding for the essential ongoing modernization of child support's case management system. If the $2.6 million is swept and not replenished from an alternative source, we will need to make difficult adjustments in child support spending on operations. Even more challenging, the additional funding we have been counting on for DSIS modernization will be unavailable when it is needed. Compounding these problems, we are, as you know, developing reforms to the district's child support system designed to pass through additional funds to custodial parents to provide for their children. And those reforms will necessarily result in less incoming revenue for the TANF fund. The upshot here is that the mayor's proposed sweep would hinder child support enforcement, frustrate DSIS modernization, and complicate efforts to help district families who would benefit from the reforms we are working on. I also asked the council to modify the proposed BSA provisions that would affect OAG's budget in future years. In particular, I request the council refrain from prospectively and prematurely sweeping funds from the LSF for fiscal year 26, 27, and 28. The amounts of any future sweeps can and should be determined in the future through the supplemental budget process, at times when future LSF balances and future OAG operating needs are more certain and concrete. We will, of course, as we have done in the past, work with you and the council during the fiscal year 27 budget cycle to determine the appropriate amount to be swept at the end of the fiscal year 26, and we'll do the same in subsequent budget cycles. We remain a committed fiscal partner. We look forward to working collaboratively with you and your committee and the council as a whole to establish a budget that safeguards the district's financial health, while at the same time preserving the ability of OAG to honor the trust district residents have placed in an independent attorney general to protect them and their taxpayer dollars. My team and I are available to answer your questions.
Great. Thank you so much, General Schwab, for that opening, and thank you and your team, those with you here today and at the office who work hard every single day on behalf of district residents. And it was great to hear from so many public witnesses last week about the really tangible ways that your office has improved their lives and the myriad of topics and issues that you're involved with. So thank you all. For colleagues joining us, we're going to do 15-minute rounds. I will begin, and then we'll turn to Councilmember Felder and then Councilmember Lewis George and anyone else who joins us. So General, I want to start with this TANF pass-through issue. One of the things that we spoke with one of our public witnesses last week from Legal Aid, Vikram Saurabh, is this idea that the pass-through going to the custodial parent is pretty low compared to what's being retained by the Attorney General's office. And so one of the things that I would like to do in this budget is raise that pass-through amount. What is OAG's position on that and how we can make that workable, and how much money you would need within the Child Support Services division to backfill to ensure you can continue doing the important work, but making sure that the sufficient money gets to the custodial parent?
So we are, and I am particularly in support of this reform. It's a long time coming, and it's an opportunity, particularly given the current situation in our country and certainly our city, where so many families are struggling to make ends meet. When we're talking about a custodial parent who's trying to take care of his or her children, the more money that we can get to the family for those types of day in and day out expenses to be met, the better. So we are in support of the reform. As I think you know, the question becomes how much of the pass-through the city can afford to pass through to the families, because under the current law, we have an obligation to put money back to the federal government, because the federal government in the TANF system has advanced monies. And the way the law was created is we've created a cost recovery system that effectively our child support enforcement is doing for families that have received TANF before it, public benefits, AFDC, now referred to as TANF. So we have an obligation to pay some of the money we recover to the federal government.
And how much of?
It depends on the amounts, and it depends on the source of the money coming in, whether it's current payments, whether it's arrears. It's a very complicated process, but what we are proposing to do in the front end of this, and where I think the budget could be helpful right immediately, would be to pass through an additional $50 of every $200 in current payments that are made each month. And we believe that can be done immediately with relatively modest budget support from the council. It is a complicated math problem in the sense that you have to look at how many families are currently receiving TANF, how much money comes in each month in excess of the $150 threshold now that is passed on, to determine what it's ultimately going to cost. We have done some analysis of previous fiscal years. I think it's somewhere around $100,000 to $150,000 expense, assuming previous year data is consistent with our current experience. That's going to be the amount of money in the budget cycle we need to address for this relatively modest reform. We are working on reforms that are more substantial than that, and those are ones that we continue to work with you and your team on, and other members of the council that have expressed interest in this, to hopefully pass more dollars through to families, because this reform would not address monies that are paid in arrears. Many non-custodial parents are paying current support as well as arrears. And this is a reform that would get more of the current dollars to the custodial parent and the children. We have other work we can do with respect to other ways in which we can maximize getting more dollars to families.
Okay. Thank you so much for that, and definitely look forward to continuing to work together on this issue. It strikes me just the wrong principle to have non-custodial parent essentially funding this work on behalf of our government, when really that money should be going to the recipient who really needs it. So there's another concerning kind of TANF issue in the mayor's budget proposal, which is a BSA for the non-lapsing fund transfers, which proposes to sweep child support collections by almost $5 million over the next 3 years. Can you talk specifically about how that sweep would affect your ability to issue these payments?
So there's only finite dollars, and we're talking about fungible money, but we have basically 3 places where you've got to make sure that the TANF dollars are available. And one is just supporting the operations, day in and day out operations of our team. Some of the money that we recover currently in collection that goes into this TANF fund are used for operational purposes. Second, as I mentioned in my opening statement, is we have a archaic data management system that is in the process of being modernized. That's called the DSIS system. And while we can leverage our relationship with the federal government to pay for that, we as a city will bear a financial burden to make sure that modernization continues. Part of the money that we keep in that TANF fund is to support the ability to modernize that program, that platform. If you pull money out now, as the mayor is proposing to sweep that, it means those dollars are not going to be available when we need them, and we know we will need them to modernize the DSIS system. So that's the first two. The third is what we just talked about in terms of pass-through. What will happen when we start, hopefully, executing on the reforms is fewer dollars will go into the TANF fund, more dollars will go to families, to the custodial families. So you're going to have a depletion of those dollars. If the mayor takes all the money, then you've got an even more pressure on the system to operate, to have DSIS modernization, and to have dollars going through. So when the dollars that come in the future that we under reforms want to push out to families, we have to recognize that they will not be there to help us support operations or DSIS modernization. So they're all related. And that's why I think I talked about in my opening statement, there are serious downstream adverse consequences to this sweep. And that's why I'm urging the committee and the council not to sweep this money now, because it will create harder, more difficult, and I believe more expensive problems later. It also will get in the way of us doing something that I think the residents, particularly low-income residents who are counting on child support payments to make their bills every month, it's going to deprive us of the ability to be able to afford these even modest reforms now and some more substantial reforms, hopefully in the near future.
Understood. Okay. Thank you for that additional context. So let's talk about the litigation support fund, which is a huge issue in this budget. And I appreciate in your testimony speaking a little bit about how these funds are generated and why it's so important. And I think from our perspective and why we've supported the litigation support fund and increased the cap over the last several years is it really is a creative way to ensure that shared priorities are really funded with this avenue of funding that is only made possible by the affirmative litigation that OAG is pursuing. What is the current cap on litigation support fund? How does that compare to what you've spent so far? And then can you dive a little deeper into the issue of taking the funds at the beginning of the year versus the end of the year and how you see that, how you see us being able to resolve that issue in the budget without finding the money from another location?
Sure. So separating out the question of the spending authority to the question of sweeping money in the fund. Let's talk about the spending authority. Under current law, the spending authority for fiscal year 25 is $27 million. There is a line item budget that we submitted where we're going to show the council and the public exactly where we've allocated every one of those dollars. Roughly speaking, 20 million of that is in NPS, non-personal services obligations, 7 million paying for individual attorneys, professionals, investigators, and other human beings necessary to meet the mission. Those humans are sitting in our public safety division as prosecutors and paralegals and investigators. Those humans are sitting in our civil litigation division, defending the district against, I think, a 30% increase in caseloads this year, civil cases, hundreds of millions of dollars of exposure. And those human beings are sitting in our public advocacy division as well. So there's the human side, and then there's the NPS side. The mayor's proposal does not cut any of the human and personal services. Her focus is on the $20 million NPS portion of the litigation support fund. And as I said in the opening, she's proposing to take that $20 million down by close to $16 million. That's
down to 16 or down by
down
16?
to $4 million, 20 to 4. So when I say it kills the Cure the Streets program, that NPS funding is where we have been able to fund Cure the Streets. It is also where we fund relativity. It is where we fund the litigation costs. And so that's, as you look overall at what litigation support is. Now, you asked the question, how much do we spend? We don't spend usually the full 27. Last year, historically, we were around 23, 24 million. I think if you look at if we spend kind of consistent with what the past has been, it's somewhere in that $22 to $24 million a year. I will say that when the CR came down and we had to look very hard at what we're doing right now for this year, we can tighten that up. What that means is it's making it harder on our attorneys and our folks in the trenches to do their jobs. You know from your experience that when you're trying to defend the district and you think about, I need an expert to do this, I need to depose these witnesses. If the bosses are saying, sorry, you can't go and get an expert, or you got to wait, or you can't take these depositions, it puts an added strain on the team. And so one of the things the LSF does, it allows us to give the resources to our team to go and fight toe to toe on these issues we need to fight on. So grand thinking is, we believe if you're going to continue to support CURE, even at a reduced site level down to 6 this year, and do all the other work, that we think you need to have about $22.5 to $23 million of spending authority from the 27 down to 22 or 23, because the cost of CURE is going to go down.
So speaking of CURE, and I have more questions about this, but as it relates to the litigation support fund, the reduction of sites from 8 sites to 6 sites,
10 to 6.
10 to 6. Why was that decision made that happened before we got the mayor's budget proposal?
Because as part of what we do in running this program is we look at the data, we look at the sites, and we make a qualitative and quantitative assessment in real time about whether the sites need to be continued for another year, whether the sites and the situation and facts on the ground warrant continuing them for another year. And in the assessment that we have made every year, looking at the overall portfolio, it was our determination that 4 of the sites could come offline for this year, and we'd go with 6. Not an easy decision, obviously, not one that we take lightly, but we do hold ourselves accountable to looking at the performance of the sites, looking at what's happening on the ground, and determining whether the model, the Cure the Streets model, which is different than other violence interruption models, continues to make sense in the particular locations and neighborhoods they're at. I understand, and believe me, I've talked to a lot of people who are very disappointed about that. I got to admit, I'm not happy about it either. I understand, though, that we have to put our money where our mouth is. And if we've got a program that is modeled on a particular model, the violence model that CURE is based very much on a specific set of metrics, geographical location, focusing on a particular kind of violence. If the data on the ground doesn't support us keeping those programs, we owe it to the taxpayers and to the people to be honest about that. So that's what we did. We determined that 4 of the sites should come offline. Each has a different reason for why we're there. And the other 6 are ones that we want to continue to invest in.
So how much was being spent on the 10 sites?
Roughly out of the LSF, about $9 million.
And how much is being spent on the 6 sites?
We'll be down to a little less than $5 million.
Okay, and so because before we got the mayor's proposal, the budget authority of the LSF was not changed. So this would yield about $4 million of savings from what you have available in the LSF. Was that contemplated to be used for another purpose?
No, in fact, what we proposed to do, given the budget environment we're in, was to reduce our spending authority from the 27 down to the lower amount, which we're proposing, which would be around a $23 million, $23 million number with the fewer CURE sites.
Okay. And so if nothing was changed about this budget and you had $4 million left for non-personnel needs out of the LSF, remind me one more time. So you'd have CURE sites, you'd have relativity. What are the other big bucket items for non-personnel for LSF?
Litigation support, other litigation support other than relativity.
Yeah.
There's another very significant database we use called Abacus that costs $750,000.
Right. Okay. So if we're taking out the 7 million for the personnel costs, how much do you need for those non-personnel services?
I think the question is going to be if we're going to continue to support the 6 sites.
Right. Assuming you are.
Right. So I think the total amount of the LSF needs to be around 22.5 to $23 million spending authority.
But that includes the personnel, right?
Correct.
So it's about 15 for
15 to 16 million of NPS and 7 million of PS.
Got it. Okay. Thank you very much. I'm gonna cut my. I thought I was being so good with 15 seconds left, but I realize I'm over now. Thank you very much. I'm going to turn to Councilmember Felder for a 15-minute round.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Attorney General, members of your senior leadership team, I'll chime right in with my questions. I noticed that within your proposed budget for FY 2026, there was a 7.4 overall decrease. If possible, could you speak to how this decrease in funds will impact your overall delivery of service to district residents?
Are you referring, council member, to a deduction in the local fund or the overall funding?
The overall funding.
Let me just confirm, make sure I'm focusing on the 7.4 number. Yep. I'm going to give you a high level answer to that.
Within the
Councilmember, but then-
operating,
Yeah.
operating, yeah.
I'm going to ask Tarifa Coxum or Natalie Mayers or Seth Rosenthal to give you some more detail if you need it. The short answer is when we were trying to figure out where we could reduce our budget, we were very focused on how do we not damage the ability for us to continue doing our job.
Okay.
And so there are places in our operations where we can get more efficient, where we can get work done with fewer resources. There are places where what we anticipated would be the demand for our work has not proven itself to be.
Okay.
And that's really where we went. We have vacancy savings, which we are shrinking. And candidly, the vacancy savings shrinkage makes it harder for us to manage the flexibility we need to have, but we think we can manage through that.
Okay.
Do you want some more specifics on that?
No, because I'll follow up with you.
Okay.
Following this hearing.
Yep.
I wanted to make sure.
Happy to give you the detail.
I appreciate you, Mr. Attorney General. I also noticed within your proposed budget for FY 2026, there was a 22.5% increase in federal grant funding. Could you speak to what those federal grants funded?
Yes, I can. And I think what you're looking at there is it's about a $6 million increase overall from the federal sources.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so the percentage sounds higher than, because the base, the denominator is a little bit lower, but we have federal funds that come in through the matching funds, the incentive funds that we
Okay.
get in the child support.
Okay.
We also get a cost sharing from the federal government when it comes to supporting the work. So some of the costs associated with the program, the indirect costs can be paid for by the federal government.
Okay.
We sought and received grants from DOJ to support some of the violence interruption and other work that we're doing. And I believe those are the main components of the federal dollars that are in that line item.
Got you. Now, I noticed that in FY 2025, there was $0 in private grant funding. However, in FY 2026, the proposed budget includes $125,000 in private grant funding. Could you speak to the type of private funding? Yes, could you speak to the type of private funding that includes? Like those philanthropic dollars, those?
I think Mr. Attorney General is going to defer to me
Oh, yeah.
on this one. So we received for our public advocacy division,
Okay.
a grant. It was really a pass-through from the federal government, but it came to us from a private entity.
Okay.
So it's supporting one of our matters and it pays for discovery-related costs.
Okay. Thank you for that. Now, within your budget, under the section of account groups, specifically under rental equipment and others, there was a negative 35.1% reduction in funds. Could you speak to what type of rental equipment and other are entailed within that line item, and why was the reduction necessary?
Hi, good afternoon, council member. So the rental equipment went from 43,000 to 28,000. That's what you're referring to?
Yes.
And so that was not really a cut, but a reallocation to other sources, which of $15,000. So it did not, that particular line item did not have a negative impact.
Okay. Under your agency's management programs, the executive administration line item was completely zeroed out in FY 2026. Could you speak to the function of this program and why you deemed that reduction was necessary?
So last year, actually, and thank you for that question, the council helped us to restructure our budget. Because of the new financial system, we had things that were misaligned between diffs and our agency structure. And so that was one of the misalignments, and it was not caught. We actually did reprogrammings at the beginning of the fiscal year to reallocate those costs to the immediate office and that budget to the immediate office. So it was not a cut of any kind. It was a reallocation to the correct program.
Okay. Within your public advocacy division, specifically under the civil rights section, your proposed budget completely zeroes out that funding. Could you speak to why that's necessary?
So just to clarify, council member, you're looking at what the mayor's budget proposal is, not
Yes.
necessarily what our budget proposal
Okay.
is, okay? But as I testified about, we are able with the local funds to make sure we meet the needs, including in our civil rights enforcement moving forward. We've really focused our needs to be able to keep doing our work on the litigation support fund, which is not being classified in these amounts.
Okay.
And we can get drilled down into the detail. I don't believe that the expectation from the mayor is that we cease enforcing civil rights laws in the district. I think these are account reallocations.
Okay.
But I appreciate if the question is substantively, are you concerned about whether we're going to continue to enforce civil rights in our city?
Yeah, I thought about that.
The answer is 100%
Okay.
yes. And I also really appreciate you looking at this. We can do that work and continue to do that work. The litigation support fund, to the extent it supports our public advocacy division, is a major contributor to the ability for us to lean into some of the civil rights cases that not only are big cases, but are expensive cases.
Okay.
And so when I'm making the pitch to you and your colleagues about restoring the LSF funding, it's to support public advocacy division doing the array of work it does, of which civil rights is a big component.
Gotcha. Thank you, AG. Shifting to violence prevention, could you speak to how the cuts to the Cure the Streets program will impact the violence prevention work of your office?
The proposed cuts from the mayor will shut down the Cure the Streets program. There will be no Cure program.
And due to the proposed cuts, could you speak to how the sites will impact communities in Ward 7 and 8?
Every community that has a Cure site in the 6 sites that we're continuing will be impacted because our decision to continue investing in those sites is based on our belief that those sites are being supported by professional commitments in violence interruption and programming that's improving those communities. The data that we track, quantitative and qualitative, shows that they're working. And so every one of those communities where the Cure sites are giving a positive benefit to the communities are going to be adversely impacted if we shut it down.
Now, Chairperson Pinto brought up the question about originally there were 10 sites, but you closed 4 of them. Could you explain what evaluation metrics did you take into consideration when making the determination what sites would close?
Yeah, well, originally there were 2 sites.
Okay.
And when the city originally invested with city taxpayer dollars and local funds, there were 2. We expanded in partnership with the council, went to 6 sites. And when we went to 10 sites, it was when we had an influx of ARPA dollars that came from the federal government to help support that. Those dollars went away in fiscal year 24. And yet for the first 2 years that I've been AG, fiscal year 24 and 25, I committed to support all 10 of those sites with LSF dollars.
Okay.
The decision, as difficult it was to go from 10 sites to 6 sites, was based on an evaluation of each one of those sites on its own. What does violence look like? What has been the pattern of violence on the ground in those neighborhoods? Is the type of violence that we're seeing in those neighborhoods changed? Has it gone away or has it changed? The violence model for CURE is very specific. It's looking at retaliatory gun violence.
Okay.
It's looking at crew-based violence that's geographically centered. It's not looking to be a cure-all for every kind of gun violence that happens, unfortunately, in our city. We also assessed how the programs were doing and whether or not there were other folks in neighborhoods available to step in and do the work as we programmed out for future, for a future grant application process.
So, Mr. AG, are you saying that those 4 sites were removed because they were not meeting your metrics, or those 4 sites were removed because there was no additional funding from past years to continue to fund the sites?
The decision made to reduce from 10 to 6 was based on an assessment of the sites, not on the funding.
Copy. And out of those 6 sites, could you share how many of them are in Ward 7 and 8 in the neighborhoods?
I don't have that information at my fingertips, but I think that the sites in Ward 7 and 8 remain.
Okay.
We may have we've reduced one site, I think, in Ward 5 and one site that handles both Wards 1 and 4, I think.
Thank you.
Gabby can give me a double check. I'll get that for you.
I appreciate that. And now, in the event the funding for Cure the Streets is not restored, which we're going to do everything humanly possible to try to change that, have you or members of your team thought about other violence prevention programs within your office to help fill in the gaps?
Candidly, I don't think you're going to fill the gap without funding the work. I don't want to suggest that you can, nothing's for free in the world.
Understood. Could you, based on this proposed budget, could you speak to specific outcomes or improvements that your office anticipate achieving with the FY 2026 funding increase for the Leaders of Tomorrow's grant program?
Well, that's another grant program where we're identifying community organizations working on the ground directly with people to try to support young people, try to keep young people away from the criminal justice system. We have supported an array of very effective local organizations that have addressed a whole sort of issue, from dispute resolution to out of school time to supporting young people pursuing their passions with music and poetry and other things. So we are looking to continue doing that. And sometimes the recognition is that the most effective work that's being done to reduce violence, and particularly to reduce juvenile crime, is happening from community organizations with relatively tight budgets who can be meaningfully supported with grant money from our office. One of the beautiful things about rolling out Leaders of Tomorrow grants, which I did a couple years ago, was we had some community philanthropic support that matched and really elevated the impact of those dollars. And so that is what we hope to continue doing with the Leaders of Tomorrow grants moving forward.
It's a good segue to my next question. Based on the outcomes from previous years, does the OAG's office consider the Leaders of Tomorrow program to be an effective tool in preventing youth violence, and what data or community feedback supports that view?
Well, the program is still relatively new. We're 2 years into it. I think that what we hear time and time again from people trying to address violence, particularly when young people are caught up in violence, is what are they doing with their anger and their trauma? Are they putting it in a place where they can heal, where they can be productive? So we know we have programs, whether it's yoga, dispute resolution, art therapy, where young people are getting some opportunity to deal with trauma. We know that what we often hear about is, do kids have good, meaningful opportunities out of school to do things like sports and other things that will keep them busy? Mentors, adults in their lives, coaches that give them a positive adult in their lives, and another positive adult in their lives. So those are things that we know are going to help address violence.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Now, in light of the program's modest funding increase, are there plans to expand the number of grant recipients, enhance service offered, or target new high-risk areas within the district?
One of the things that I feel very proud of at the Office of Attorney General is our grant team and the extraordinary professionals that have been working in that. And one of the things I will look to them to do is advise based on the data and metrics that they track and the interactions they have with our grantees, where they think there are opportunities for us to innovate, either further investment in the same grantees, further investments in the same sectors, or looking to other types of grantees for Leaders of Tomorrow money.
Okay. Now, my final question, this round is, if the program continues to demonstrate success, what long-term strategies or partnerships are being considered to scale or institutionalize it as a core violence prevention initiative?
You speaking of the Leaders of Tomorrow?
Yes.
I would hope that we would do with Leaders of Tomorrow what we've been able to do with Cure the Streets, is establish a track record of confidence in the community, that those are dollars that are being well spent, where people see a tangible benefit, and we can scale it both in terms of more investment of LSF dollars as well as more philanthropic partnership.
Right. And Ms. AG, maybe I missed this. For the 6 current sites for Cure the Streets, if you had to give a dollar value of how much money you think is needed to successfully run the 6 Cure the Street sites, what would it be from your experience?
We are thinking it's around a $5 million investment.
$5 million. Thank you.
Thank you,
AG
Councilmember.
and members of your team.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Felder. Councilmember Louis George.
Thank you, Councilmember Pinto. Thank you, AG, and to the entire team here. I'm going to start with what my chief of staff would say, bottom line up front. So I'm going to start with bottom line up front. I think we need the 10 Cure the Street sites, not the 6. And I've been very vocal about this, AG. This past week, I had 2 ANC meetings last week, and both at those ANC meetings, the questions from the ground was, Councilmember, we heard that we will not have violence intervention cure in our neighborhood any longer. Is that true based on the budget? My answer was to my community members, yes, that's true. And the question was, well, why? I went to a public safety meeting. Actually, your team joined us on a public safety meeting in our community, which I'm very grateful for. Thank you. The community members, a question came, Councilmember, we heard we're losing violence intervention in Ward 4. Is that true? I had to give them the answer. In this budget right now, the answer is yes. And the question was why? I don't have an explanation for my community. What I feel the explanation is actually the violence intervention work that we have been doing in Ward 4 Uptown has been actually working. And I feel like we're being penalized. I feel like we're being penalized for working. Like, because changes have been made, because violence intervention work has been working, because things have been interrupted, we've actually been punished. Oh, well, they don't need it anymore. I don't know why we would stop something that is working. And this is what my community feels on the ground, what parents feel, what the schools feel. People have been overwhelmingly, the faith community have been overwhelmingly in support of the violence intervention work. And that's because they have been overwhelmingly supporting our community. And so as the Ward 4 council member, and overall wards 1 and 4 are the two wards that got cut, it feels like in this budget, Uptown is being screwed over heavily, which is funny since the mayor is from Uptown and lives in Uptown as well. And so I just have to ask you, when my community asks me why a program that has been working effectively, has been a great support to our community, has interrupted, and I know they've interrupted violence because I actually had the ability to be a part of one ceasefire situation where I know 2 neighboring crews, the only reason they stopped the back and forth gunfire stop was because violence intervention workers made a change of heart in both different crews to the point that those people changed their lives around. And so I guess my question to you is, why then are our Uptown's VIs being cut? And what went into that decision? And can that decision be reversed?
Well, Councilmember, first of all, I applaud you and your, as always, advocacy on behalf of your constituents and the neighborhoods you represent. And some sense, I feel like I'm arguing against interest here because I believe the Cure sites as designed make a difference. I also believe that part of the reason the cure sites have been as effective is the level of supervision and professionalism and accountability we bring to the program. And we take a lot of pride in that, and we think that contributes to the success. And part of that means that we have to look at the sites and how they're performing on a regular basis. And are they having the impact, and is the violence that we're seeing in the neighborhoods consistent with the way the model is designed to work? And my team, in doing that, doesn't go in saying we want to get rid of any particular jurisdiction beforehand. And we went through this analysis before the mayor's budget came out in terms of a total gut of the cure site.
That's right.
So I appreciate that no neighborhood, no leader of any neighborhood wants to see the cure program leave. Now, I don't know, and I don't believe that all the violence interruption work in your ward is being done by cure workers as opposed to some of the other violence interruption.
Those are being cut too.
I understand.
That's what I mean.
Right. But the impact that the cure team is
Yes.
having is what I have to focus on. And the type of violence that the cure team is designed to deal with is what we have to focus on. And so when my team and I meet, and we meet regularly to look at the numbers and assess how things are going and make a decision on whether or not we can continue to invest in certain sites, we held ourselves to a high standard. And it wasn't for any other reason than we looked at the performance, we looked at the numbers, and we made a decision that your neighborhood site, as well as 3 others, were ones that should come offline.
Got it. I guess I will just publicly say that I disagree with that assessment. I think that our neighborhoods are actually the neighborhoods where the cure programs thrive and are necessary. There are a number of whether neighborhoods, crews, or street crews that still exist within the schools, outside of the schools, heavy. In addition, wards 1 and 4 we have Latino base crews and gangs as well. That's totally separate from neighborhood crews as well, that also still persist and are still ongoing. So I disagree with the assessment. I think the Cure the Streets program is still made for the neighborhoods that Ward 4 and Ward 1 serve. And I'm disappointed that is the case. And I went to the ones hearing last week, and Councilman Pinto can attest to that I had the same heat for them as well. And it's not just you all, but I think both organizations that are for violence intervention will be in a sad situation if we leave Ward 4 without violence intervention work, period. And then everybody's gonna be like, oh, they shooting uptown. What's going on? What's going on is you took away the supports we had, the people who were stopping and mitigating this. So I'm gonna work with Councilmember Pinto to figure out how we can put the funding in. I'm gonna find funds for violence intervention for my ward because that's how important it is to me. And I hope either ONES or OAG will take seriously the funds that I'm willing to put forward to bring back violence intervention work for Ward 4.
And I appreciate that. And I promise, as we have done in the past, to work with you. And we've had offline conversations about some of the details on the ground. And I'm happy to continue those conversations. I'm not saying, I want to be very clear, that we don't need violence interruption in neighborhoods in Ward 4. What I'm saying is that the cure model, as it's designed, based on our analysis, is no longer the right model for those neighborhoods. And I appreciate that you and I might disagree about that.
Yes.
But regardless of our disagreement, I also promise to stay in dialogue with you as you move forward. And obviously, if there's money to fund things, it's a different conversation than there isn't. Right now, the council needs to figure out whether there's going to be any cure. The mayor's budget makes it 0.
That's right.
So we got to figure out how to get some money back in the budget to keep cure in at least the 6 sites that we think are necessary for continued support.
And then of the sites you cut, it looks like the wards that are impacted are 5, 4, and 1.
I think 8 is losing a site.
8 is losing someone as well, is losing a site as well. Okay.
7 is it? Sorry, it's set. Okay, one site in 7, 1, 7, and
so 1, 7, 1, 8, 1, 4,
8.
Okay, 5.
Okay, no, it's 1 and 4.
Oh, 1 and 4
have
together.
the same
Got it,
site,
got it. You're
right?
kind of missed
1 and
1,
4,
5, 7,
5,
8.
7, 8.
Got it. Okay.
Is the 4.
I guess my only issue is then these wards, the wards that border each other, right? Like 5, 4, 1, like ending, but I'm saying it's a domino effect. Even if you do the ones in 7 and 8, like they may border each other. It'll be a domino effect to violence intervention work across the board. If you cut any of them, it'll be a domino effect because you're effectively not doing any of the intervention work in one, which means it's going to stir up the violence in the other. So I hope we can reconsider this domino effect. I talked to Councilmember Pinto. She knows I feel strongly about it. I hope the council will look at it. I agree with you. I know this is the mayor's budget in front of you, but I know the decision for wards 1 and 4 was made before the mayor's budget. So it feels like both the mayor and the AG are saying, Uptown, y'all out of it. We not supporting y'all. And it's gonna be a sad story when all of this heats back up and we're looking for that. I want to make that point. I want to support you and say this. Look, I think you were too nice, AG, in your remarks around the LSF. You know what I mean? Like, this is outrageous how like that your LSF funds were swept. I mean, and it's also sort of not a sign of being a good partner in negotiations. You all came to the plate and said, here are the cuts we're willing to make because we know this is a tough budget. And they came and said, okay, yeah, thanks for that. And we're also taking all of this. The LSF fund, as you have already articulated, is huge, not just for our Cure the Streets, which absolutely, that's what community wants. We want our taxpayer. Let me make this clear. The whole budget has a ton of taxpayer dollars. So this is what community wants, right? But the work that you all do with that LSF funding really makes a difference in the lives of community members, not just the personnel side of this, which is there, but the programs, the litigation support, the relativity, like all of these things are important. And I just thought, AG, I'm glad your team, you have to be more, I guess, diplomatic about it, but this is outrageous. I guess how it was swept. So I guess my question for you is sort of, is there anything we can do to stop this from happening year to year? Is there anything the council can do from a legislative perspective to not have us be put in this position again? Because really, it's taking away from your priorities. It takes away from your autonomy as the Attorney General. It's a direct assault on the work that the office does. So, is there anything we can do to prevent this from happening year to year so we're not back here trying to make up this funding? Because this is a tough year for us to try to do this, which we're all going to try to do.
Well, first of all, I appreciate your observation. And my view is that the council plays a critical role when it comes time to appropriating money.
That's right.
I am the independent attorney general. We have an office that's independent of the mayor. But the council plays a very important role when it comes time to funding. Ultimately, it is the council's job, not the mayor's job, to appropriate money. So to the extent that we have a system that works, the mayor, notwithstanding my efforts to work out an arrangement with her this year, like we had done in previous years, chose to be very, very aggressive in finding dollars out of the pockets of the LSF. That is her prerogative as the mayor. And it is my prerogative as the independent attorney general, having not succeeded in persuading her. Let's face it. How do I do my job with no relativity?
That's what I'm saying.
Yes. And so I can make my case.
Yeah.
But ultimately, my case is most importantly made to the council. Gotcha. And fortunately, there are people like you and the chair and others on the council who understand you can't expect the Office of Attorney General to do the work you all want and expect, and that the residents want and expect us to do when you got the ability to do the work. Nothing is free in life. So I appreciate the spirit with which the question is asked. I wished I didn't have to come and make the case, but it's okay in our system of government for the independent attorney general, having not persuaded the mayor that this is the right way to spend dollars, to come to the council and persuade the council to reinstate the spending authority.
Understood.
Knowing that you're reinstating spending authority with dollars that we are going to generate. We are not pulling these out of other local funds.
Exactly. Got you. We agree. Question about we had a question, the items regarding salaries and benefits, is it accurate that there is a proposed reduction in benefits and FTEs from fiscal year 25?
Yes. And that's part of our local belt tightening.
Got
that
it.
we looked across our entire portfolio
portfolio.
where we can reduce
Got it.
some of the personnel.
Do any of the top 3 line items under payroll, which says continuing full-time pay, others, or additional gross pay, cover the wage increases that have been negotiated between the OLRCB and AFG Local 1403, which represents OAG attorneys
No,
and was ratified back in December 2024, but still has not been transmitted to the council?
no, those are dollars that the mayor's workforce development fund will need to cover, certainly so that the employees, including the
Right.
employees in the union,
That's right.
are paid the additional amounts that they are long overdue and that pursuant to the CBA now needs to be paid.
Got it. Okay, that's something that's just should be on the radar because we, our union employees need to have that funding and deserve what has been negotiated.
My understanding is that the mayor has said that those dollars are going to be paid from the workforce development fund.
Okay.
I think we all need to keep close eyes on making sure that happens because we're talking about now fiscal year 24, 25, and 26.
That's correct.
Monies that should have been paid.
That's right.
And so it's very, very important that we make sure that those amounts are funded and paid ASAP.
Got it. Last year I worked to increase the allocated funds for the domestic worker employment grant program to 400K. The program has already seen success at empowering workers and helping them to address retaliation and recover wages. What is the funding for the program in the proposed fiscal year 26 budget, and what division would the program fall under for fiscal year 26?
Do either of you have that number?
2026, it's $260,000.
Mm.
The funds that were in 2025 were placed as one time. So the 140,000 was removed from the 2026 budget.
Gotcha. And last question.
And it's public advocacy division that keeps an eye on making sure those grant funds
It was
are.
public advocacy. Got you. And under the public advocacy division, the social justice section has been eliminated. What work was housed under that section, and which sections will this work fall under with the elimination of that section?
We didn't eliminate
It's
any
not.
sections in public advocacy this year.
Okay, we saw something about the
To
social justice
clarify,
section.
Councilwoman, that section has been renamed
Oh,
the Housing and Environmental Justice section
wonderful.
so that it actually matches the work that it does.
All right, that's actually really smart. Thank you for that. Councilmember Pinto already asked about TANF and sort of what that looks like and what that impact will be. So I just want to join and echo her questions and her concerns around that as well. And thank you for your time. And I will be talking to you more because this fight for cure is not over. Thank you.
Thank you, council member.
Thanks.
Thank you very much, Councilman Lewis George. And I'll just say in terms of the union contract issue, part of the challenge, as you know, is that the mayor included a BSA subtitle that said if any contract was negotiated after May 15th, the retroactivity of the pay increase will not be accounted for, which of course would affect the attorneys in the union at the Attorney General's office. So that is something, as well as the fire and EMS union. And so those are 2 contracts that we're trying to reverse that limitation so that they can get the benefit of their retroactive pay.
May I
Sure.
clarify? So I think the updated BSA, the mayor's office intended to capture the AFG contract. In our communications with the city administrator's office, that was their intent in the BSA with the second provision. I think anything that was where an agreement was reached. So the original language in the BSA version had only those that were resolved. When it was a resolution, they updated that to include 2 additional categories, which, based on our communications with the city administrator's office, intends to capture AFG.
Okay, thank you so much. That has not been what we've been told. So that's very helpful update. And we'll keep pushing on that to make sure that that can be resolved, but appreciate that update. That's great news. And then there was something else I was gonna ask about that you were just talking about, the council member. Oh, thank you. The domestic workers grant. Part of the testimony last week, and of my understanding, was that there was $400,000 in the budget last year for this work, but only $150,000 for this year. But those are different. So can you reiterate the numbers that we have allocated for this year?
Sure. In 2025, we have 400,000, so you're correct. In 2026, it went down by 140,000 to 260, which was the original allocation that we received in 2024.
Got it. Okay. And so what would you be able to fund with that 260,000?
You may have to. Yeah,
So I think if it's okay, Chair, we can get back to you on the specifics of which specific functions are going to be decreased by that reduction. My hope is that as we have gotten the program up and running, we're much more efficient and the systems and relationships are in place so that we can be as effective with fewer dollars. There's going to be some impact, obviously, because 160,000 of it last year was a one-time support, which we put to use. So if it's okay with you, I can check with the grant team and we can get back to you and give you specifics about what we think the impact of that reduction will be.
Okay, that would be helpful. So what I'm hearing is that you think you can continue doing this work of the outreach and education that's needed with the 260,000.
100%. We intend to keep doing the work. It's just whether or not the scope of the work is going to be affected by the reduced dollars.
Right. Got it. Okay. That is something I would like to restore if we can, but as we know, with all of our budget needs, everything's a challenge this year. So the public safety division is seeing another proposed reduction, both in the 5 FTEs for restorative justice. And there were some other impacts in the juvenile section of 2 FTEs. What impacts do you anticipate those changes would have on your ability to carry out the public safety work of the office?
So the bottom line is none. There will not be an adverse impact on our ability to meet the public safety mission, which is the highest of importance to us. The juvenile section line item, the prosecutor that is in that line item is, as I understand it, just a reallocation between a position that was inadvertently changed out of civil litigation to public safety. So there's no reduction in the people prosecuting juvenile cases. On the restorative justice front, as you allude, the changes that we've made with respect to support for RJ is really reflective of the fact that we had hoped to have a more robust partnership with the U.S. Attorney's Office, in particular being able to expand RJ into serious adult crimes. And after a couple of years of trying to build that out, unfortunately, it did not turn out to be the kind of source of cases and casework for the team that the council authorized through its funding as we expanded RJ. And so for a variety of reasons, we've decided to scale back, and the capacity we needed for a larger RJ effort, assuming the U.S. Attorney's Office was feeding adult felony cases to us, which hasn't happened, we can reduce the number of people on that unit. So the work that we're doing right now in restorative justice will continue. The work that we have been doing with restorative justice will continue. It was the hoped for work that we were going to get out of a partnership with U.S. Attorney's Office that never materialized, that we're now releasing those positions because that partnership didn't develop as much as I had hoped.
Interesting. Okay, that is helpful. Thank you. That's helpful context. And then how about for the family services division? I see a reduction across several different sections: deputy family services, child protection sections, 1, 2, 3, 4. Will that have a impact on the work that division can handle?
I'm assured it will not, and Tarifa can explain what those numbers mean.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney General. It is essentially a shifting of FTEs within the different sections. So we created in FY25 a 5th section in our family services division to handle additional work that related to the matters that in-home, I think, custody cases. And so that was an additional area. So we needed to shift to properly allocate and distribute the FTEs amongst the sections. So there's no net loss. It's the same number of attorneys and support staff. There was only one reduction of hours. So one person went from full-time to part-time. So the work that was being performed is still being performed.
Okay. So am I understanding correctly then that the only kind of budget changes that you really want to see for your budget are the LSF spending authority to be restored and the TANF issue that we discussed?
We have some other specific changes that we are more technical in nature. We also have some concerns with the BSA chapters that are proposed that are in my written testimony and that are more technical in nature. Let me confirm if there's any that really require talking out. Yeah. So we can follow up with you on those more technical items that are smaller in dollar and also require a little bit of complexity in terms of understanding exactly what the impact is.
Okay, that would be great. And this may be one of those technicalities, but I asked about this earlier, but I'm not clear still. When you talk about the mayor taking the LSF authority at the beginning of the year versus utilizing it at the end of the year, what does that actually mean in practice? And how would you propose that we resolve that with our budget authority as a council?
Well, the question is really how much money is in the LSF at the end of each fiscal year, which is necessary for us from an operational standpoint, because while we may have spending authority based on what the CFO will certify in terms of our recoveries over the course of a year, they're by definition recoveries that have not yet been received yet. We have expenses in real time, though, that we have to meet to run the office. And so part of what we have to do is balance what do we start with each year versus what are we projecting that we will recover during the year over the course of the year, which is sometimes we're going to have years where we're going to do very, very well, particularly if the council continues to support LSF so we can continue to investigate and bring cases. We will keep the pipeline full of things. And so we can be a little more confident that each year we will see recoveries. But there are years, and we've seen them, that sometimes cases don't settle, that sometimes the investigations don't generate. And so we can't be caught flat where we've got a year where we don't bring in the money over the course of the year and then we can't pay the expenses associated with it. So the balancing we're trying to do is take what we're projecting we're going to make over the course of the year, and that the CFO will give us a certification. You can count on that revenue, plus what you've got cash in hand. Together, that's enough to cover what your budget is for the year.
But when you talk about taking it at the beginning of the year versus end, is what you really mean that she's taking it from future fiscal years? So that amounts to essentially the beginning of the year, because how could we know now?
That's exactly right.
Okay, thank you. I understand now. So for FY26, it would still be as we are currently doing it, that it would be the end of the year. But because we're allocating for 27 and 28, she proposes taking money that we don't yet have.
She's also proposing to sweep the balance at the end of fiscal year 26.
Okay, but not at the beginning of fiscal year 26.
No, she is. Fiscal year 25, there's a sweep of close to $16 million. That dollar figure is, in my judgment, not very far off from where we need if the council increases our spending authority. Meaning that with cash in hand, now that we see how we have done during fiscal year 25, what we've been able to generate, and we're closer to September 30, so I'm in a better position to predict what's going to happen over the next several months. I can come to the council and say, leave X amount of dollars in the LSF after the sweep, plus what I know the CFO will certify, I'm going to be okay for fiscal year 26 moving forward. And there will be fiscal year 25 dollars available to go to the benefit of the general fund and pay for other things. And it may be very close to the 15 point something million that the mayor's proposing. One big variable again is what's happening with CURE, what is going to be the budget for LSF. But I think once we sort that out, the fiscal year 25 sweep is easier for us to say in a concrete way, what dollars are there, what's needed. Okay, there's a sweep available. It's projecting out to 26, 27, and 28, which the BSA does. That's problematic from an operational standpoint.
Okay, I'm following. But when we keep saying the council needs to reauthorize the allowance of the LSF cap, essentially, does she lower that amount in the BSA, the mayor?
The spending authority?
Yeah.
Yeah, the budget for LSF is for fiscal year 26 reduced by $16 million.
But reducing the money or taking or sweeping the money is different than a cap.
Correct.
So does she address the actual cap?
By reducing the budget down $16 million to an $11 million, she has reduced our spending authority.
But she's reduced it in practice, right? By taking the money as opposed to reducing what's going into that fund.
Well, we can't spend money if we don't have a budget authority to spend the money.
So here's an example. In FY 26, we are projecting $18 million. She set us at almost $11 million spending authority. And then it's taking the rest. So what Mr. Attorney General is saying is set our spending authority at we are anticipating bringing in, let us keep that money to fund our needs versus that additional money being swept in FY 26.
Okay, thank you. I think there was just a little gap there. I understand now. Okay, I'm going to turn to my Ward 5 colleague who's joined us, Councilmember Zachary Parker, for a 15-minute round.
Thank you, Chairperson Pinto. It's good to see you again, Attorney General. I wanted to ask a number of questions, but I'll start with violence interruption since there's a crowd of folk in the room. I imagine they, like many of us, are wanting to hear more about the strategy of the program in your office moving forward. And I know there were some eliminations, including one of our teams in Ward 5, as well as other parts of the city. Can you just speak to how this budget informed those decisions?
Well, thank you for the question. And we did have a chance to talk a little bit about this. I know just for sort of to reiterate, my team assesses the way in which the 10 sites that we have supported are doing in real time over the course of the year and evaluates their performance, not only against the expectations and standards that we set, but also the way in which the Cure Violence model sets out for this particular program. Based on the evaluation we made of the sites and of the teams in those sites over the course of the year, we made a determination this year to downsize from 10 sites to 6 sites. Because 4 of the sites we made, for different reasons, a determination that they should not continue. Difficult decision to be made.
And what were some of those reasons?
Well, I don't want to get too much into the specific performance of different teams and things, but I will say that the nature of some of what we were seeing and what the groups were telling us they were seeing on the ground changed. By way of example, there was a site where a lot of the historic gun violence was stemming from a beef that went back 10 years or so. I believe the story as it came to me was that somebody started dating somebody's relative and it caused the disagreement. And there were years of gun violence that were sort of circling around that disagreement. That was resolved. And we now have a couple of years of peace in that dispute being resolved. And so the urgency or need for that site to continue had changed because the facts on the ground changed. Each of the sites has a different story about how it was doing and what they were seeing on the ground. Sometimes we're seeing the nature of violence change. Drive-by shootings or transient shootings or robberies that are leading to shootings is different than the core reason why in which the CBG model was set, which was beefs on very hyper-localized geographic areas where the violence interruption team is familiar with both sides of that very localized dispute and can put the model to work to resolve. It's not a statement about whether violence interruption writ large should continue in these areas. It's a question of whether the Cure model that we are committed to makes sense to continue in those particular locations.
Got it.
And that's the rigor that my team brought to the analysis and to the recommendation. And as I said to Councilmember Louis George, I'm sympathetic. I feel like I'm arguing against interest because I've been the person for the last several years out there vocally supporting violence interruption and Cure, sometimes feeling like I'm out there by myself on that. But we have to be honest about what the metrics and the model call for and talk honestly about what we're seeing. And
Understood.
We did that, and we made difficult decision to go from 10 to 6.
Understood. I wanted to also come to juvenile related issues and wanting to get a sense of what in your budget is investing in diversion, but also restorative justice. I came in and I think you were speaking to that, so I may be asking you to repeat that. But I think it's important to note there was an entire expose today in the Washington Post on truancy and the link between truancy and young people being justice involved. And I think if you haven't read it, you should. So I have some truancy related questions for you as well. But what in your budget is speaking to your commitment to restorative justice and diversion to keep fewer of our young people from the criminal justice system?
So we are not reducing in any way our commitment to the ATTEND program, to the restorative justice programs, to some of the other Leaders of Tomorrow grants that we have proposed, assuming the council is going to allow us to have the budget necessary to stay committed to those.
And was funding in the mayor's proposal impacted for those programs?
So the LSF supports in some ways our Leaders of Tomorrow grants, which is supporting
And that's what
community-based
you were saying, the
organizations.
7 million was swept.
That is the 16 million that came out of NPS side of litigation support fund. That's where the Leaders of Tomorrow grants are funded from.
Okay.
So we are not reducing our commitment to the ATTEND program, which is what we focus our resources on. And I think we are unaffected in terms of, did we lose any dollars on ATTEND? No dollars on ATTEND. So we're going to continue. Obviously, we could do more with more money, but this is not a year where I'm before the council asking for enhancements. I'm looking to be kept where we are so we can keep doing the work out of our LSF. The restorative justice piece, which we talked about, is we are going to continue doing the RJ work as we have been doing. The reason there's a reduction in RJ is that I had hoped for more RJ cases to come in through a partnership with the U.S. Attorney's Office, where we could take the lessons we're learning through RJ, expand them to adult criminal cases, adult felony cases, where RJ can be a very effective tool. Unfortunately, over the last couple of years, that partnership with the U.S. Attorney's Office did not come to the fruition that I was hoping for. And so we just haven't had that additional flow of cases in that we had built the team out to handle. And so I want to be a good steward of money. Those are dollars that we can say we don't need those RJ slots to continue doing the work we're doing. I had hoped that we could do more work, but the reality, and certainly the realities now, are that it's unlikely we're going to see an influx of more adult RJ cases.
Okay. I wanted to come to truancy. Obviously, we have a big issue. We've talked about this at length. I'm trying to find a solution to our current problem. Obviously, there's a pilot being run out of DHS. What we know in our bifurcated system is that there are a large number of referrals that are being screened out, both at CFSA, but also court social services before they're making their way to you. Hypothetically speaking, if there was a world where we could dedicate FTEs to just focus on following up with these screened out calls, would we have your commitment to working with us to see how your agency could support in this area?
You 100% have my commitment to work on this issue without asking, and certainly by asking. There's no question the Office of Attorney General is 100% committed
And I know
to
that.
addressing that. The question that the city has to grapple with is, with the scarce resources we have, where are we going to put them where they're going to have an impact? Where are we going to be most effective in making sure kids get to school and stay in school?
And right now, respectfully, it just seems like it's a hot potato situation. OSC doesn't want it. CFSA is saying they don't want it. DHS, people are scratching their head. And again, I would encourage people to read the Washington Post article from today, because we know thousands of young people are slipping through the cracks. And so this budget, what I'm trying to do is, where can we house an acute triage type of approach while we figure out a long-term strategy? And I'm just not seeing urgency in government to figure out the problem. So I'm happy to follow up offline. I know you're committed to this issue, which is why I was bringing it up. And maybe I could work with Councilmember Pinto to think through, like, are there some short-term strategies we can leverage with you and your agency to attack the issue? I wanted to come to hate crimes. Obviously, there was a horrific incident a few weeks ago here in the district. I think the threat of hate crimes are on the rise nationally. Can you speak to how your budget is investing in ensuring people feel safe and secure, but also how you're going to address hate crimes should they happen in the future?
We have within our civil rights section in our public advocacy division, a group of lawyers committed to addressing hate-related and bias-related crimes. As you know, we have very limited criminal jurisdiction when it comes to adults engaging in hate crimes. That's the purview of the U.S. Attorney's Office, and enhancing the type of punishments that are available when crimes are committed with hate as a motive. But there are civil remedies and there are civil lawsuits that can be brought. We in fact brought recently a hate-related discrimination case involving tenants who were being targeted because they were Black women, and the person who was ultimately convicted of that hate crime had been made, the property manager and the landlord had been made aware of this happening, and they failed to protect tenants from it. So where we can use our laws and our tools to address this, we are doing it. We try to push information out to the public that we want to hear from people if they think that they have been targeted. We certainly talked a lot about that. It's not just a rise in anti-Semitism, it's a rise in a lot of hate that we see. And we continue to use the resources we have to make sure that people know we're available and we want to hear from them. I will say that as this issue has become more and more prominent, I asked my team, are we seeing more and more people reaching out to us? Are we getting more leads to open up investigations in this space? And as a head scratcher, the answer is no. And so we can only act on the cases. I need to probably do a better job telling the public that if this is happening, if you're seeing it, the Office of Attorney General wants to hear about it. The U.S. Attorney's Office certainly wants to hear about it. And so that's what we're doing now. We're all on a heightened alert for it. And I think talking more about it is a good thing. But we do have resources, and the budget as proposed maintains those resources to be able to address hate incidents if they occur.
And should someone want to reach out to your office, which division or team should they contact?
And there's no wrong door at the Office of Attorney General. We'll get them to our public advocacy division civil rights section if a complaint is raised.
Got it. Two other issues in my remaining time. As you know, and I know you've done a lot of work cracking down on slumlords across the district. In Ward 5, there are a number of incidents. I think I've called you directly and say, hey, what can we do about these people? What in your budget speaks to an increasing need to crack down on slumlords, and what more can we do to be more urgent about it?
Well, I mean, this is exactly the point I'm making about the importance of the litigation support fund. The ability for the Office of Attorney General to ramp up the housing work we're doing right now in our public advocacy division, and to be as aggressive as we've been, notwithstanding the recognition that even with the ramp up, we can't keep up with the number of properties that are coming at us. That work is supported by the LSF. That is the critical work that will not get done if the council does not restore the spending authority in LSF. It's not just tenants who are being exposed to deplorable conditions. It's workers who are having their compensation and their pay stolen from them. It's seniors who are being scammed by all kinds of predatory practices that are out there. It's anti-competitive behavior that's driving up the already too high costs of rents in our city. The Office of Attorney General is using those LSF dollars to protect DC residents. And a lot of this fills a void in a legal system that wouldn't otherwise be met.
Yes.
And so that's how that's why I can't emphasize enough how much we need the council to restore that spending authority. And as I made the point, these are dollars that are not coming from general funds, or these are dollars that the Office of Attorney General generates. And that was the beauty of creating the litigation support fund. It shows the support that the council has given to the LSF, paying off for your constituents in Ward 5 in a very real, tangible way. And it's why I'm asking that we be able to continue doing that work. Because if we don't do it, and the federal government's moving away from doing this type of work, nobody's going to do it.
I think you make a very compelling point. And I would argue we need you to do more of the work, certainly not less. And that brings me to just a general question I have. We see the announcements you routinely make. We are suing these people. We received a settlement from this firm. Where does that money go? And how is it applied?
So some of that money, depending on what it comes in for, goes into restitution dollars that are going to go back to the victims through a claims process or sometimes directly. Some of those are monies we recover because they're penalties under the statute or legal fees
And by
under the
we, you
statute.
mean the district?
The district, because the legislation that the council passes provides for us to sue for restitution, but also to sue for penalties. The idea being that if bad actors are held for penalties, even if the harms are considered just the cost of doing business, the penalties are what are going to deter bad actors from continuing to behave badly. Those penalties come into the litigation support fund. They
I'm
fund.
assuming those funds just go in the general fund. Anyway, I'm just really interested in tracking where this money goes because there are significant sums of money we routinely hear about. And I just think I'll just do some more homework on
Yeah,
that.
and we're happy to talk with you about that, but all of those dollars are accounted for to the penny, except in the rare circumstance, like for example, the opioid, huge amounts of opioid recoveries. They went into an opioid abatement fund. Council created a special fund. They don't come into the LSF. Some of the vaping and Juul money that came in went into a separate source to be directed at that type of harm. But the housing work, the workers, the environmental, mostly those dollars come into the litigation support fund for at least a period of time. If there's going to be restitution, they're moved out to a fund because we're really holding that as a fiduciary for the victims to get their money back. The other dollars help us continue to fund litigation, fund investigations, do the work to keep going. And that's why I know the council understands this, that this innovation in supporting the LSF was so important in allowing the district residents to get more bang for their buck. And we're able to hire people, quality, high talented people, and support them with the sources they need to litigate these cases and investigate it. And that's what DC residents deserve. And so if we didn't take it from the LSF and it went into the general fund, we'd be coming back every year and saying we need more of the general fund dollars to come back and support this work.
Absolutely. I am over time. If I could, just 15 more seconds, I would say thank you for your leadership on introducing the Road Act. I'm committed to ensure that we can fund that this budget cycle, and I look forward to working with my colleagues, especially Councilmember Pinto, to ensure the funds are there. But I wanted to, at least on the record, acknowledge that as a priority this budget cycle. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Parker.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Parker. And one other thing I'll add about the litigation support fund is the council has set the cap for $27 million to use for these purposes that the Attorney General talked about, whether that's Cure the Streets or relativity or just funding the basic costs of managing litigation. And then the rest does flow to the general fund. But the CFO contemplates how much is estimated to be raised through that in coming up with his budget revenue estimates every quarter. So it's accounted for. And that both is done on a, average what happened last year, but also in what cases are in the pipeline. And so that's a CFO issue in addition to the cap needs of the Attorney General's office. Okay, so I want to give you a chance to talk about some of the affirmative litigation that your office is working on, particularly in the areas of safe and affordable housing, environmental justice, and consumer protection.
Okay, and I'm going to turn this over to Chief Deputy Rosenthal to run through some of the specifics, but I will say that one of the things we have focused on, that I have focused on over the last 6 months, is really focusing on housing affordability and recognizing that for Americans across the country, certainly for DC residents, the cost of housing is exorbitant. It consumes a disproportionate amount of after-tax dollars to pay for housing. And where we can really tackle affordability issues around housing, we're going to be putting dollars into DC residents' pockets. So it's a high priority. We recognize that we were doing housing work in lots of different parts of the agency. And so I've asked one of our senior lawyers, she's also the Assistant Deputy for our Public Advocacy Division, Beth Mellon, to lead on this. And she is pulling together 6 or 7 different work streams that we have in the office, whether it's the slumlord work, whether it's nuisance abatement work, whether it's housing discrimination work, whether it's focusing with our equitable land use unit, across the board, working with the court system, working with the landlord community. to try to figure out how do we leverage as best we can all of the work we're doing, all towards the benefit of making DC housing more affordable. So with that, Seth, you want to talk about a couple of the issues?
Well, we have a lot of different cases going on. I don't know if you had specific questions, Chairwoman Pinto, about the work that we're doing, because I think you mentioned a couple different areas. You mentioned housing justice, you mentioned environmental justice. I think you mentioned one other area.
And consumer protection.
And
Just
consumer-
if you want to kind of summarize a little bit the work going on in the affirmative litigation for those areas.
Sure. So that's a lot of stuff that you're asking about. It covers the work of about 30 or 35 lawyers with all the work that you're talking about. But, AG Schwab has just talked about our housing work, our housing protection and affordability work. And just to give a few examples there, I'll start actually kind of with the systemic piece, and then I'll talk about the enforcement work. But AG Schwab talked about sort of our office's recognition in combination with council and the landlord community that is becoming increasingly expensive to operate affordable housing in the district. And we are worried, everybody is worried about the owners of affordable housing fleeing the district, which is something that we cannot afford, right? And so Ms. Mellon, who's an Assistant Deputy Attorney General in our Public Advocacy Division and who's leading our housing effort, has been working with affordable owners of affordable properties in the district, as well as the court system, to try to figure out how to resolve this problem, right? I know that there's some legislation as well that you're a sponsor of, legislation that the mayor has come up with. There may be some tweaks that we want to consider to that legislation. But that is a problem that our Public Advocacy Division, outside the context of our enforcement work, is very, very attuned to. In terms of the enforcement work there, AG Schwab mentioned a bunch of different work streams. So I'll just kind of tick off a couple of them. So we have an antitrust case that's going on right now against the company RealPage, which is a software platform, and 13 different district landlords who have conspired to fix prices in the district, which has resulted in increasing rents at multifamily buildings across the district. We entered into our first settlement last week with a district landlord, WC Smith, in that case, and the litigation proceeds apace. But obviously, when you already have a housing affordability problem in the district, you don't want landlords conspiring to fix prices and increasing rents even more and making the district even less affordable. So that's in sort of the antitrust and consumer protection space within housing. We also have a number of different cases where we are challenging poor housing conditions. I know Councilmember Felder was here before, but we brought 2 cases within the last 6 months to go after different slumlords in Ward 7. One who operates a couple different properties on Sheriff Road. We got a temporary restraining. Well, actually, we didn't have to get a temporary restraining order in that case because we were able to enter into an abatement plan with the landlord right after we filed suit. Another case in Ward 7 involving Minnesota Commons, where we did get a temporary restraining order and ultimately a preliminary injunction that is requiring the landlord in that case, who is a repeat defendant in our cases, and is also sort of a repeat offender with the Department of Buildings. His name is Sam Julian, but we have a preliminary injunction that's requiring him to fix up that property. So that's just a small sample of the housing conditions cases that we're doing. I will say that in those housing conditions cases, it's not only about fixing up the properties, which is priority number 1, but it is also in several of our cases getting restitution back to the tenants who have been overpaying rent as a result of having to pay full rent during the periods of their tenancy. I could go on for a long time, but that's on the housing piece.
And if I could just add for the record, with my Ward 2 hat on, there is another Mr. Julian property at 1717 17th Street. So always easy to remember. That is in extremely poor condition for a number of reasons. I've been out there several times and just want to make sure that continues to be on your radar as we look at these repeat offenders and making sure that everybody can live in habitable conditions.
Yeah, and there's actually another Ward 2 property where we've been litigating against the owners of King Towers, which is in Ward 2, and that litigation is hopefully moving towards settlement. So that's the housing work. I don't know if you want me to talk about the environmental justice work and the consumer protection work, but
Well, the antitrust, as you mentioned, I think is a good example of both housing and consumer protection. Yeah, if there are any environmental issues that there's kind of active litigation on now, that would be good to hear.
Yeah, so we have, I think we're about to file this lawsuit, so I'm not going to mention that one. But we did sue the U.S. government as sort of the next phase in our efforts to try to clean up the Anacostia River together with the Department of Energy and Environment, who's been our partner in that. We entered into a $57 million settlement with Pepco actually it's almost 2 years ago now. And this is kind of the next phase of that litigation. So we are proceeding apace there. It's probably the biggest case that we have going on right now. But there are a number of other individual cases that involve contamination of water because of spillage. So we sued, for instance, Fort Myer Construction. It's probably about 6 months ago now for repeatedly violating environmental laws in the district by discharging contaminated water into our storm sewer system. But these types of cases are cases that our environmental team is bringing on a regular basis. Our environmental team, you should also know, is getting involved with amicus briefs and sign-on letters and kind of monitoring what's going on nationally to make sure that district residents are protected when there are things going on nationally that might have an adverse impact on the environment. So that's the environmental piece. And then consumer protection, there's actually another antitrust case. So there is an antitrust case the Justice Department, the Federal Justice Department, brought against Live Nation Ticketmaster for fixing prices within venues. And although that litigation is being led by the Department of Justice, our team in the District of Columbia, even though we are small but mighty, and we are leading what's called the damages portion of that case, where we're looking to estimate how much damage there has been not only to district consumers, but consumers across the country as a result of these anti-competitive practices. So that's a consumer protection case. And then, some of the big consumer protection cases we have been doing are really devoted towards protecting kids. So I think, as you know, we have a couple of different cases going on right now against social media platforms, one against Meta for Instagram, one against TikTok for deliberately designing algorithms that are intended to hook kids to those platforms with all the attendant mental and physical health harms that result. We are part of a multi-state group there, but we have sued locally in both cases under our own Consumer Protection Procedures Act to try to protect kids in those cases.
Great. Well, thank you so much for all of your and all the attorneys involved in those cases. And I'll just add, as we think about social media, that we need our social media companies to step up in making sure that harmful content, especially that is related to violence or that is very clear when violence is going to occur, needs to be pulled down off of their websites. And we need them to lean more in to doing their role to keeping our community safe. How are things going with the STEER Act enforcement cases?
So I think, we have brought a handful of cases thus far. The relationship with Central Collections is very good and efficient. They're screening cases for us to look at. We're trying to prioritize the highest, most significant outstanding balances and most egregious behavior. We've brought lawsuits so far against drivers, or at least where cars are registered in the District of Columbia, Maryland, and Virginia. And thank you to the support of the council. We've been able to hire up the right professionals to support that work, which is done in our civil litigation division in our enforcement section. That's the same group of lawyers that are working very closely with ABCA on illegal cannabis shops. And so the enforcement work has been given more resources, and we're putting it to work. We'll litigate, I think, some interesting issues in the STEER Act, and then I think it's going to become more of the type of practice where we can bring more cases. The most important thing is for people to see and know that we are coming after them. And hopefully that changes the behavior of people speeding through the city, thinking that there are no financial consequences, because there will be financial consequences.
Let me just add on that, Chairwoman Pinto. You, the council, authorized 2 additional FTEs for our civil litigation division specifically to handle that work. Last year, we hired those folks at the end of last year, and they are working really hard to develop these cases with Central Collections Unit and to file. I think we filed 6 cases so far, and we've got a number of others in the pipeline.
Thank you. So the council has also added money to the wage theft enforcement operations at OAG over the last several years. And this is an issue that comes up in a couple different contexts, but perhaps most in the news is when we think about tipped workers and hourly workers and ensuring that if somebody is a tipped worker, that it is incumbent upon their manager to pay and makes, if someone's a tipped worker and makes less than the minimum wage in any given hour, it's the law that that difference is made up. And so one of the things we talk about in thinking about what the right cutoff is between minimum wage and tipped minimum wage is how we are enforcing wage theft that goes on in all sorts of different industries, but can go on in the restaurant industry. And so what are you seeing in the wage theft cases, and has that gone up or down? And does this budget enable those attorneys to continue their efforts?
Well, as we've talked about, a lot of the wage theft work we do is supported with the litigation support fund, and the ability to investigate those cases and bring those cases that requires us to have that robust litigation support fund available to support that work. Assuming that we can get the LSF supported, we're going to continue to aggressively pursue wage theft cases. We've focused on a variety of industries where we think it's most significantly impacting DC workers. And the restaurant industry is a space where we have been concerned more so, I would say, on the consumer protection side than so much on the wage theft side, although there have been wage theft cases involving tip wages and making sure that both the front of the house and the back of the house understand how pooled tips are being shared and people understanding what their rights are. Some misclassification of cases where people are classified as independent contractors as opposed to employees, although I will say that is not really as significant an issue in the restaurant space as it is in some of the other industries that we're focused on. But I will say this, I don't think we have seen, while we've made it clear to people that if you are a tipped employee, until the minimum wage law ends up being consistent for all employees, if you're a tipped minimum wage and you're not getting paid the full amount of minimum wages that you're due under the law, we want to hear about that. I don't know that we've seen a lot of those kinds of cases where somebody says, hey, my tipped wages are less than what I would have made as a minimum wage. There's the delta. Will you help me get it covered? It's more in other places where there's not a lot of transparency to the workers. And candidly, what I've been very concerned about in the restaurant space is the consumer not knowing where their dollars are going when they're being charged for an expensive meal. They see a service fee at the end. And we want to make sure that there's transparency associated with the person spending money to know exactly what they're spending their money on before they order. It does impact workers, because I know in talking with people frequently, they think perhaps mistakenly at a 20% service fee means the workers who are the servers are going to get a 20% tip. So they don't tip on top. And if the policy of the restaurant is not to pass all 20% of that service fee onto the workers, it means the workers are getting ripped off from something that the customers want them to have. And that's why transparency and clarity is really the key. And that's more of a consumer protection issue as much as a workers' rights issue.
Thank you. Yeah, that is certainly a big problem that we're continuing to see. And again, one of the issues that we're, as a council, looking to explore as we have this pause on the increase in tip minimum wage, to contemplate how we can ensure that all transparency across the board and fairness for restaurants and fairness for workers and fairness to the consumer. Can you talk to me about the Attend program and how much this budget, how many sites this budget will allow you to operate in, and what kind of improvements we're seeing at the schools that Attend was in last year?
Let me ask Tarifa Coxum just to quickly answer first the question of how many dollars are going to be associated with attend and how many schools, and then I can talk more qualitatively about what we're seeing.
So the attend program is funded primarily through local dollars, but about 20% of it is funded through the LSF, and that is a couple of FTEs as well as some non-personal services. So the total budget for FY 26 is going to be $1.1 million between local and LSF. The local portion is just under $900,000 at $898,909. And the LSF is 202,627. That captures, there are a number of case managers and program specialists who are almost 100% dedicated to the attend program. And then there are a plethora of other positions, paralegals, legal assistants, staff assistants, and trial attorneys and supervisors who provide varying levels of effort to the attend program as well. So the case managers, there are 5 case managers that are dedicated, and there are 2 program specialists who are almost 100% dedicated to that program. That's the personal services side. On the non-personal services side, we have 3 MOUs, and that is essentially to conduct the mediation work, right? So, it's the version we attempt to mediate the reasons why these students are not attending school. So we have one with the Board of Education, we have one with the Superior Court Multi-Door, and we have one with nonprofit Community Mediation DC. And then other than that, we have some smaller incentives that we do. Our attorneys and staff in the Public Safety Division will attend the schools on periodic basis to give incentives and awards to the class, for instance, that had the greatest attendance rate in a given period. So that covers the costs for the program.
And we,
Just to make sure I understand, so the 1.1 million total covers 8 schools,
I believe
that
it's
10.
10.
10 schools, okay. Okay, go ahead. You
I
had
was going
other,
to just answer
Mr.
that
Smith?
point. So we've
Yeah.
expanded to 10 schools, 7 DCPS, 3 charter schools. I think all of them are east of the river and schools that our team is trying to get to the root causes of why kids don't show up at school regularly. And as we've talked about before, when you ask the question, why is a young person, particularly, in middle school or high school, not getting to school on time, you get a variety of different answers to that. And the team at Attend is trying to address those specific issues as they come up. If there are problems, disagreements, differences, get to them, mediate them, and get people back in school. So we're seeing progress. We're seeing that the communities where we are very much welcome the Attend team, the school attendance officers and resource officers are delighted that we're there. And I think we've seen success in terms of reducing the amount of families that once they have a touch with Attend and they go through a program are in a repeat truancy or repeat absence after engagement with Attend.
so do you switch sites after you've seen success, or do you generally stay in those sites?
Since we've started the program, we've stayed with the schools where we are and we've added schools to it.
Okay. I guess with the understanding that the reasons for truancy are different, as you kind of just speaking about, what types of interventions have you found most successful through Attend?
The stories that come back to me are compelling in the nature of, I remember hearing about a young mom who had several young kids, younger than school age, who she couldn't leave at home while she walked her elementary or middle school kids to school. And she needed a stroller, a couple strollers for the little ones. And so the program addressed, how do we get her a stroller? How do we get her child care for the young kids so that she can get the school age kids to school? We oftentimes hear stories about kids who are embarrassed they don't have wardrobe or clean clothes or things to wear to school. Or we also know that there are sometimes kids who are taking care of other siblings or other family members. Sometimes kids don't feel safe in terms of how do they get to school, get home from school, and they need some help trying to navigate how do we create a strategy so they can get safely to school and safely home. Sadly, a lot of times kids are saying they don't want to go to school because they feel like they've fallen so far behind that they don't want to go to school and feel stupid. They want to feel like, where they can go to a place where they feel okay, and they've fallen so far behind that they're, not engaging. Those are harder cases than figure out how do we find a way to get young people re-engaged, get the support they needed so that they can get back into investing in themselves through their learning.
Does Attend have the budget to address those problems? Like the stroller example, is that something that you then fund through Attend, or do you connect them to another CBO or area of the government to provide for that resource?
Mr. Attorney General, let me answer this one. We've gotten very creative, and OAG employees actually donate. So we've had donation drives for the past 2 years with competitions amongst our divisions to see who can donate the most. And then we have, I think this year was 4 or 5 schools where we took the donations to the schools, and the families would come in, and it was sort of like a store set up, and they would be able to pick up the items that they needed most. And it's been a great partnership between the various divisions in our office and the schools.
Wow, that's so nice to hear. Beautiful. Okay, so that makes sense in terms of a kind of resource in a short-term manner, but the other examples of like coming up with a safety strategy, for instance, to get to school, is there a partnership with other agencies to lean into that work, or is it kind of the Attend sites are working specifically with the needs of that student and anywhere that might lead you?
I think it's probably more ad hoc than a systematic partnership, but it is not all on Attend. And one of the things that I've tried to make sure that the entire Office of Attorney General focuses on, for example, we have a big investment in community engagement, and our team, as you noted earlier, is out all the time and is therefore much better able to connect the dots if there's an organization or a part of our government that does something and we see a need somewhere else to connect that up. So I don't want it to be misunderstood that the Attend team by itself handles all problems. If there's a resource that they can connect people to, if there's a nonprofit that they're aware of, if there's an agency within the government, they are doing that. But the Attend team is really the team on the ground in the schools with the relationships with the attendance officers and the principals to try to facilitate that.
Got it. Okay, thank you. I'm just particularly interested in all the different areas of truancy reduction that our government is working on. And one of the things we tried to do a little more of last year was to streamline those efforts unsuccessfully. And so started instead a pilot program, but we still need to get way more of our kids into school, and want to be working towards the same goal on that. So let's return to the Cure the Streets conversation for a moment. I know you spoke with several of my colleagues about this, but when you talk about the sites being reduced from 10 to 6, one of the things you said was, we have this adherence to the Cure model. And my understanding is that's evolved a little bit over time. It's not exactly like, the trademarked Cure, because we have our own kind of needs in DC. So what does that mean to you of having adherence to the model that is yielding in your analysis that only these 6 sites should receive these grants?
So I think when I think about it is Cure model is focusing on a very hyper localized problem with violence. And it grew out of the notion that you had these beefs or disagreements in particular neighborhoods that were creating retaliatory gun violence. And the model said, let's get to these hyper-localized disagreements and disrupt them. To do that, you need to have a clear understanding of what the geographic area is that you're focusing on. And you have to have credible people from the community, from that hyper-local community, to get in and disrupt. And so that's, I think, when I think about the core elements of the Cure model, different than other types of violence interruption models, different than models that may be more geographically spread or maybe a service-based model. You have to have both of those things. So if the violence moves, or if the people involved in the violence moves, and your credible folks are not ones that already have relationships with the people who are involved in the violence, that's not the cure. That's not the cure model. The cure model was you had credible people who knew both sides of the disagreement, who came from the neighborhood, who could broker disagreements and then get resources to keep the cycles from restarting. And so, sometimes the nature of gun violence changes. Sometimes the players involved, and where we don't see a recurrence of the types of violence, or we don't have necessarily the folks who are credible in those hyper-localized areas to be the violence interrupters, the value of the model is diminished.
Okay, so how do you reconcile that with Council Member Lewis's George's point of we don't want areas to be penalized for being effective at reducing violence?
Well, I don't think of it as penalizing. I think if you have a long-standing beef going on that's generating a lot of retaliatory violence, and you can get to the root of it and settle that beef and make a truce, and the truce stands for a certain amount of time, you then move on to doing something different, or you don't need the same type of resources in the place. It's not like it's designed to be a continuous presence, even if the underlying causes for the gun violence change. And candidly, I do want to talk to Councilmember George and others in a way where we can look specifically at, what the facts on the ground are. Because as she acknowledges, the ONE's office and other programs have violence interruption work that might be more conducive to addressing the facts on the ground as she understands them. It's conceivable that we misunderstand the facts on the ground, and I'm open to that. But I want to be very clear that the decision to move from 10 sites to 6 sites was not done in a willy-nilly fashion. It was done after a lot of hard looking at the data and talking with the teams and seeing how the performance on the ground was for these sites.
But when you say performance on the ground, do you mean they weren't performing as they were supposed to be performing? Ipso facto, they weren't reducing violence, or performance on the ground, they did reduce the violence and therefore their presence was no longer needed there, or something else?
There are 4 sites, and again, I'd prefer not to get into the details of the sites for a variety of reasons, other than to say each of the 4 sites has a different story as to why my team, assessed that it was time to no longer be in that location. On one end of the spectrum, it might be that the nature of the violence is no longer there anymore. And on the other end of the spectrum, there could be other questions about whether we've got the right fit for the right site at this time. And
Okay, thank you. Well, I look forward to continuing our conversation with you and your team about the Cure the Street sites and violence interruption in general, to make sure, as you know, my commitment is to make sure that this work continues, that people are paid a proper, appropriate wage, and that we can have some infrastructure benefits of not having a bunch of different operators without the kind of consistency needed to connect with all of our other local agencies. And so I hope that we can continue those conversations in the next couple of weeks. Let me just ask you a couple questions about our supplemental budget to make sure we have all the facts straight. So I see that there's a reduction in local funds of almost 2 million for FY25, reduction in LSF, which we talked about, reduction in the nuisance abatement fund, a reduction in childcare and TANF, which we talked about. Are any of these able to be accounted for with other shifts in the remaining couple of months of this fiscal year, or are all of these reductions that you're looking to have replenished?
well, some of those reductions are reductions that I negotiated with the city administrator and the mayor's team, which, even though they kind of backed away from what I thought was happening, we're not backing away from our agreed upon reductions. So some of those reductions are ones we can live with and we'll find a right way to operate around. We've talked about the LSF and the TANF, and those are things that we don't think we can we would like the council to address and fix. I think you mentioned the nuisance abatement fund. I don't think we have an objection to that change. What was the other?
Local funds generally, almost 2 million.
Yeah, and those were the positions that we came into this discussion with
Okay.
and said that we will tighten our belts
Got it.
and make that work.
Got it. Okay. Well, is there anything else you want to share for the record about this budget or your agency in general?
No, I appreciate the opportunity to testify. As always, you and your team are prepped and the conversation is a good and constructive one. We, as at the Office of Attorney General, know that we've got to play a role in trying to help the city meet the moment when it comes to a budget. But we also, as I hope you get a sense, have a tremendous amount of pride in the work that we're doing and feel like we are net payers to the city. We are not takers. If you look at our overall budget relative to what we generate in terms of savings, in terms of affirmative action, in terms of taking steps that protect DC residents, protect our autonomy, protect our taxpayer dollars, in addition to hopefully giving good legal advice. We're going to talk about the tremendous amount of work that our Solicitor General's office and our legal counsel division are doing to just make sure that our commercial division is doing, just to make sure that the city runs. We are proud of the work and the institutional excellence we build to. And we appreciate that the council has been a partner with us in supporting what we need. We try to be wise with our dollars. This is a year we really do need the council to step into the drastic cuts to LSF and make sure that we can continue to do the work that council counts on us to do. I think the mayor and her agencies count on us to do. Perhaps most importantly, the residents of the District of Columbia count on us to do. So thank you for your support.
Thank you very much, Attorney General Schwab and team. Thank you to my team. And the time is now 3:51 p.m. and we are adjourned.